Imagine yourself walking along a quiet corridor of Hogwarts Castle on a late afternoon in early spring. The stones, but instead, you simply focus on a feeling, a question, or a concern while touching the surface of the water. The pensive then A finds relevant memories, moments of similar emotion, parallel situations from your past, times when you faced similar challenges. He sets his teacup down and leans forward slightly, his expression earnest behind those enormous spectacles. It doesn't show you how to solve problems exactly. Rather, it reminds you of your own innate wisdom, the knowledge you've gathered through experience but perhaps haven't recognized the value of. The concept is intriguing, though slightly intimidating. The idea of diving into your own forgotten memories, guided by some ancient magic you don't fully understand, feels like a significant step into the unknown. Professor Flitwick seems to sense your hesitation. There's no obligation, of course. Many find comfort simply in the room itself, in the quiet and the tea. He gestures around at the peaceful space. Some come regularly just to sit and reflect, never using the pensive at all. You take another sip of tea, considering. The warmth of the drink and the comfortable embrace of the chair have begun to ease some of the tension you hadn't even realized you were carrying in your shoulders and back. Even without magical memory exploration, there's something undeniably soothing about this hidden room with its soft light and gentle atmosphere. As you relax further, you begin to notice more details about the space. The photographs on the walls you can now see show various locations around Hogwarts throughout different seasons and years. The Great Hall decorated for Christmas feasts decades ago, the lake frozen over during particularly cold winters, Quidditch, matches from eras when the uniforms looked quite different from today's. Interspersed with these are what appear to be personal photographs. Professor Flitwick, as a much younger wizard accepting some kind of award, standing alongside people you don't recognize but who've been with pride. Flitwick, demonstrating complex wand movements to attentive students from years past. Flitwick with other professors, some familiar and others who must have retired or left before your time at Hogwarts. Are these all your memories, Professor? You ask, gesturing toward the photographs. Some, he acknowledges with a nod. Others belong to the room itself, in a manner of speaking. The room of gentle remembering has existed at Hogwarts for centuries, collecting impressions from those who have used it. Not specific memories, those remain private to the individual, but
a sort of essence of remembrance. He waves one hand vaguely, as if finding it difficult to articulate the concept. The room remembers that people have remembered here, if that makes any sense.
the first memory materializes like colored smoke taking shape. Yourself, as a first year, standing in the Great Hall during the welcoming feast, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of Hogwarts, the hundreds of faces, the floating candles, the immensity of the magical education stretching before you. You remember the knot of anxiety in your stomach, the fear that you wouldn't be able to learn quickly enough, that everyone else would somehow know more than you. The image shifts, dissolving and reforming into another scene. Third year, facing a particularly challenging transfiguration assignment, staying up late in the common room while others had gone to bed, determined to master the spell, but feeling increasingly frustrated as attempt after attempt failed. The memory captures the moment when, close to giving up, you made one final try and succeeded, transforming the teacup perfectly into a tortoise. The rush of accomplishment, the realization that persistence had eventually overcome the seemingly impossible obstacle. Another shift, another memory. Last year, being selected for additional responsibilities that honored your abilities but added to your already full schedule. The pride mingled with panic, wondering how you would manage it all without disappointing someone or everyone. The memories continue to flow, each connected to the others, not by chronology but by emotional resonance. Times when you felt overwhelmed, yes, but also times when you found unexpected resources within yourself to meet challenges. The pattern becomes clear. The initial feeling of being swept away by circumstances, followed by moments of centering, of finding solid ground, of discovering strength you didn't know you possessed. Most striking are the memories of small triumphs. You had nearly forgotten, mastering a particularly difficult charm after weeks of practice, finding exactly the right words to comfort a homesick first year, standing up to a bully despite your shaking hands, organizing a study group that helped not only yourself but others prepare for exams. As you watch these forgotten victories replay before you, something shifts in your perception of your current challenges. They don't diminish in size or importance, but your relationship to them changes subtly. You've faced seemingly insurmountable obstacles before and found ways through them. The evidence is right before you, playing out in memories that carry the unmistakable truth of lived experience. The final memory is more recent. Yourself, just last week, sitting by the lake during a rare moment of solitude. In the memory, you're doing nothing particularly significant, just watching the giant squid lazily wave its tentacles above the water's surface, breathing in the scent of early spring, feeling the weak sunlight on your face. It's a moment of perfect presence, of simply being rather than doing or worrying. The memory carries a profound sense of peace that feels both familiar and achingly distant from your current state of mind. As this last image fades, the room gradually returns to its normal appearance, the projections withdrawing back into the pensive's basin. You find yourself still standing beside the stone pedestal, one finger touching the now calm surface of the water, which has returned to its gentle swirling of pastel colors. You withdraw your hand slowly, feeling oddly lighter, despite not having physically moved. It's as if the memories have rearranged themselves in your mind, creating a new narrative, not one that denies the reality of your stress and responsibilities, but one that reminds you of your capacity to meet them with more
resources than you had recognized.
"Ah," says Professor Flitwick's voice softly from behind you. "You've finished your first journey. How do you feel?" You turn to find him standing nearby, his enormous eyes kind behind his spectacles. It's difficult to put the experience into words, but you try. Explaining the pattern of memories, the reminder of your own resilience, the curious sense of having always known something that you'd nevertheless forgotten. It doesn't entirely, but there's something about the explanation that feels right nonetheless. Magic often operates in ways that defy simple logic, after all. You finish your tea, feeling more relaxed than you have in weeks. The biscuits are just as perfect as the tea, crisp at the edges, but slightly chewy in the center. The ginger flavor strong, but not overwhelming. As you set your empty cup back on the tray, you find your gaze drawn once more to the gently glowing pensive. "Professor," you hear yourself saying, "I think I'd like to try it, if that's all right." Flitwick beams at you, his magnified eyes crinkling at the corners. "Of course, my dear, of course. The pensive wouldn't have revealed itself to you if
you weren't ready to use it." He rises from his chair with surprising agility for one so small and elderly, straightening his oversized robes.
"I'll just busy myself with these books while you work with the pensive. Some privacy is appropriate for memory work, even in a shared space." He moves toward the bookshelves, selecting a large volume bound in midnight blue leather. "Take your time. The room exists somewhat outside the castle's usual rules. You needn't worry about missing dinner or curfew." As Flitwick settles into a window seat with his book, you approach the stone basin with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The colorful liquid within moves in gentle currents, occasionally forming patterns that almost resemble images before dissolving back into formless motion. The soft glow illuminates your face as you lean closer, creating the strange sensation that the light is responding to your presence, brightening slightly as if in welcome. Following the professor's instructions, you consider what concern or question you might focus on. Several possibilities come to mind: anxiety about upcoming exams, uncertainty about career choices after Hogwarts, a recent disagreement with a friend that still troubles you. After a moment's reflection, you settle on the general feeling of being overwhelmed that has been your constant companion in recent weeks. The sense that expectations and responsibilities are piling up faster than you can manage them. Holding this feeling in mind, you reach out hesitantly and touch one finger to the surface of the swirling liquid. The effect is immediate and unexpected. Rather than being pulled fully into the pensieve as you've read happens with traditional memory basins, you remain standing beside it, but the room around you seems to fade slightly, as if viewed through a thin veil. The liquid in the basin projects images into the air above it, not solid scenes, but translucent pictures that float and shift like reflections on water. And suddenly you're watching memories unfold before you, your own experiences, some recent and others from years ago, all connected by a thread of similar emotion. Flitwick nods as if your experience is both expected and profoundly individual. The remembering pensieve, he explains, doesn't give us new wisdom. Instead, it helps us rediscover our own. He gestures for you to return to your armchair, which you do, finding it even more comfortable than before, as if it has further molded itself to your form. The teapot, you notice, has refreshed itself. Steam rises gently from the spout, and your cup has been cleaned and repositioned on the tray, waiting to be refilled. Tea after a pensive journey is always a good idea, Flitwick says, resuming his seat and preparing 2 fresh cups. Helps to integrate the experience, I find. As he hands you your tea exactly as you prefer it, the tiny professor settles more comfortably into his chair. You know, he says conversationally, I was quite the dueling champion in my younger days. The statement seems to come from nowhere, but you nod politely. This fact about Professor Flitwick is well known among Hogwarts students, though rarely mentioned by the modest charms teacher himself. What most don't realize, he continues, is how terrified I was before every match. Absolutely petrified. He chuckles, the sound like small bells. Hard to believe, isn't it? Phileas Flitwick, with all those trophies and medals, shaking in his boots before stepping onto the dueling platform. What did you do? You ask, genuinely curious. It's difficult to imagine the confident, brilliantly skilled charms professor feeling such fear. I remembered, he says simply. Not consciously, not with a pensive, though this room has certainly helped me in later years. But even then, I'd take a moment before each duel to remember all the practices, all the previous victories, all the spells mastered and challenges overcome. He takes a sip of his tea, eyes distant with recollection. It never made the fear disappear entirely, but it reminded me that fear and capability can exist simultaneously. One need not banish the other. He focuses on you again, his expression kind but searching. That's what the room of gentle remembering offers in its essence. Not an escape from our present concerns, but a more complete picture of ourselves as we face them. The room helps us remember that we are more than our current moment of doubt or struggle. We are the sum of all we have experienced and learned, all the challenges we've faced, all the growth we've achieved, sometimes without even noticing it happening. You consider his words as you sip your tea, finding wisdom in them that resonates with your own recent experience with the pensive. The room hasn't magically removed your stress or solved your problems, but it has shifted your relationship to them in a way that feels significant. Can I? You begin, then hesitate, unsure if your request is appropriate. Can I come back here another time? Flitwick's face brightens with a smile. The room decides who finds it and when, he says. But in my experience, once someone has discovered the room of gentle remembering, it has a way of being available when truly needed. He gestures around at the comfortable space. It might not always appear in exactly the same location. Hogwarts has its little architectural quirks, as you've no doubt noticed over the years, but it will find you when the time is right. He sets his empty teacup on the tray and adjusts his spectacles. Now I should return to my office hours. Essays to mark, you know? Always essays to mark. He sighs with theatrical weariness, though his eyes twinkle with good humor. Feel free to stay as long as you like. The room will remain accessible to you until you're ready to leave. After that, he shrugs his tiny shoulders. The castle has its ways. With a friendly nod, Professor Flitwick makes his way to the door, his diminutive form almost disappearing inside his voluminous robes. At the threshold, he pauses and turns back. One more thing, the room of gentle remembering appreciates discretion. Not that it's a secret exactly, but it tends to appear for those who need it, rather than those who are merely curious. Something to keep in mind. With that final piece of advice, he slips out the door, closing it softly behind him. Left alone in the peaceful room, you find yourself drawn, not back to the pensive immediately, but to the photographs and mementos that line the walls and mantelpiece. Now that you look more closely, you notice that not all of them feature Professor Flitwick or even people you recognize as Hogwarts professors. Some appear quite old, witches and wizards in clothing styles from centuries past, gathered in what might be this very room, though with different furnishings reflecting their era. One photograph in particular catches your attention. A young witch, in Hufflepuff robes, perhaps 15 or 16, sitting in one of these same armchairs with a teacup balanced on her knee, laughing at something outside the frame. There's nothing particularly remarkable about the image, except for the fact that you feel certain you've seen this witch before, not in person, but in another photograph or perhaps a portrait somewhere in the castle. The sense of familiarity is strong, but just beyond the reach of conscious recollection. As you study the photograph, wondering about this mysterious sense of recognition, something extraordinary happens. The young witch in the image turns her head and looks directly at you, not in the usual way that magical photographs move, with subjects who remain unaware of the viewer, but with deliberate acknowledgement of your presence. She smiles, raises her teacup slightly as if in salute, then returns to her previous position, once again laughing at whatever had amused her originally. The brief interaction sends a shiver of wonder through you. Is this part of the room's magic? Photographs that not only capture moments from the past, but somehow bridge the gap between then and now, between those who have used this space before and those who discover it today. You continue your exploration of the room, examining the small objects on the mantelpiece with new curiosity. The tiny silver trophy you discover bears an inscription, Inter-House Chess Championship 1843. The miniature dragon is intricately detailed, each scale individually crafted from what appears to be copper that has developed a beautiful green patina with age. The snow globe, when gently shaken, produces not just swirling snow around its miniature Hogwarts, but also tiny figures flying on broomsticks through the flakes, an eternal Quidditch match played in perpetual winter. Each object seems to hold stories, memories, preserved not just as static moments, but as living energy that somehow continues to exist in this remarkable room. The feeling is not one of being surrounded by the past, exactly, but rather of existing in a space where time operates differently, where past, present, and even future are not rigidly separated but gently overlapping, like the soft edges of watercolors bleeding into one another. As the afternoon light begins to shift toward evening, casting longer shadows across the circular rug, you find yourself drawn back to the armchair near the fire. The comfort it offers is not just physical but emotional, a sense of being held safely in a space that has held countless others before you, each with their own concerns and questions, their own need for gentle remembering. You pour yourself one more cup of tea from the seemingly endless pot, and as you settle deeper into the chair, you feel a profound gratitude for having discovered this hidden sanctuary. Whatever brought you down that particular corridor today, chance, subconscious need, or the castle's own mysterious guidance, has given you something precious. Not an escape from your challenges, but a new way of facing them, strengthened by the remembrance of your own capacity for growth and resilience. The fire crackles softly in the grate, the tea warms your hands through the delicate cup, and somewhere in the depths of the castle, the dinner hour approaches. But here in the room of gentle remembering, time feels less urgent, less demanding. Here there is space to breathe, to reflect, to gather yourself before stepping back into the swift current of daily life. And you know, with quiet certainty, that when you need it most, this room will be waiting, ready to help you remember what stress and anxiety so often make you forget, that you have faced difficult times before and found your way through them, that you possess more wisdom and strength than you sometimes recognize, that you are more than your current moment of struggle or doubt. The room of gentle remembering has shown you your own story, reflected back in memories you had set aside, but never truly lost. And in that reflection you've glimpsed something essential about yourself, a resilience that has always been there, waiting to be remembered. Over the next few weeks you find yourself returning to the room of gentle remembering whenever the pressures of school and life feel particularly intense. Sometimes the door appears in the same corridor where you first discovered it, but often it reveals itself in unexpected places at the end of a little used passageway near the library. Behind a tapestry you've passed 100 times without noticing anything unusual. At the top of a spiral staircase you took on impulse rather than using your usual route. Each time the room welcomes you with that same atmosphere of peaceful contemplation. The fire always burns with just the right warmth for the day's weather. The tea is always exactly to your taste, and the armchair seems to remember the exact shape of your body, embracing you like an old friend. Professor Flitwick is present on some of your visits, but not all. When he is there, he greets you with a cheerful nod, as if your appearance is both expected and delightful. Your conversations remain largely casual, discussions of charms classwork, book recommendations, occasionally reminiscences about his own student days or early teaching years. He never presses you about your use of the pensive, respecting the private nature of the experience, but his presence adds a comforting dimension to the room, the sense of being gently accompanied rather than completely alone with your thoughts. On days when the tiny professor is absent, you sometimes find other visitors to the room, never many, usually just one or two, and always engaged in quiet activities that create an atmosphere of shared solitude rather than social interaction. And some elderly witch writing in a journal by the window. A 7th-year Slytherin boy you recognize vaguely, reading a thick book beside the fire. Occasionally, even another professor, once McGonagall herself, who acknowledged you with a dignified nod before returning to the letter she was composing at a small writing desk that you hadn't noticed during previous visits. One rainy Tuesday
afternoon, you enter the room to find a girl about your age sitting cross-legged on the hearth rug, surrounded by what appear to be photograph albums. She looks up as the door closes behind you, and you recognize her as a Hufflepuff in your year, Hannah.
Abbott, a quiet girl with whom you've partnered occasionally in herbology, but never really gotten to know well. "Oh," she says, looking slightly startled. "Hello? I didn't realize anyone else knew about this room." "I found it a few weeks ago," you explain, moving toward your usual armchair. "Professor Flitwick said it appears to people who need it." Hannah nods, her expression clearing. "That makes sense. I discovered it last year during..." She hesitates, then continues more softly. "During a really difficult time. It helped a lot. You remember now?" Hannah's mother had died last year, a victim of the increasing violence in the wizarding world. She had left school briefly, returning quieter and more subdued than the cheerful girl she'd been before. "I'm sorry about your..."
Mother, you say, simply. She gives you a small, sad smile. "Thank you, that's actually why I'm here today. It's her birthday."
She gestures to the photo album spread around her. "I've been looking at old pictures, remembering happy times. Somehow it's easier to do that here than in the dormitory. The room feels safe," you supply when she trails off. "Like it holds the memories gently." Exactly. Her eyes brighten with the recognition of shared understanding. "Have you used the pensieve?" she asks, nodding toward the stone basin that glows softly in the center of the room. Exactly. Her eyes brighten with the recognition of shared understanding. "Have you used the pensieve?" she asks, nodding toward the stone basin that glows softly in the center of the room. You nod, settling into your chair. As always, a teacup appears on the side table, steam rising invitingly from its surface. "A few times now. It's helped me see patterns I hadn't noticed before, connections between different parts of my life." Hannah closes the album in her lap and begins gathering the others into a neat stack. "For me, it showed me that I hadn't lost her completely." Her voice is soft but steady, that the love she gave me is still here, still part of who I am, even though she's gone. The simple profundity of her words creates a moment of connection between you, not the superficial bond of classmates who share lessons and meals, but something deeper. In this room, with its atmosphere that encourages gentle truth-telling, you're able to see beyond the familiar face to the complex person beneath. "Would you like some tea?" you offer, gesturing to the ever-full pot. It always seems to know exactly what you need. Hannah accepts, and as you pour for her, the usual tea service expands slightly to include a plate of what appear to be madeleines, small shell-shaped cakes that release a delicious aroma of butter and vanilla. "My mother's favorite," Hannah says with a soft laugh of surprise when she sees them. "How did it know?" you shrug, smiling. "The room remembers." She takes one of the little cakes, examining it with a mixture of sadness and delight before taking a bite. "Tastes just like hers too," she says after a moment. "She used to bake them every Sunday." Over tea and madeleines, your conversation drifts from personal memories to school matters, finding a comfortable middle ground between casual chat and deeper sharing. Hannah, it turns out, has a quietly wicked sense of humor that rarely shows itself in the larger social settings of Hogwarts life. Her observations about various professors and fellow students make you laugh repeatedly, the sound filling the room with a warmth that complements the firelight. When you eventually part ways to head to dinner, something has shifted between you, a friendship born in this unique space, founded on mutual understanding of what it means to seek gentle remembering. "See you in herbology tomorrow," Hannah says as you reach the Great Hall. "And maybe in the room sometime," you add. Her smile confirms the dual nature of your new connection, existing both in the everyday world of classes and meals and in the special sanctuary you now share. Your visits to the Room of Gentle Remembering continue as spring deepens towards summer. Each time you use the pensive, its magic reveals new connections, new patterns in your experiences. Sometimes the memories it shows you are from your early childhood, moments you thought lost to time, but which rise to the surface with vivid clarity. Other times it highlights more recent experiences, casting them in a new light that helps you understand their significance. Gradually, you begin to notice changes in how you approach difficulties in your daily life. The perspective gained in the room doesn't magically eliminate challenges, but it does provide a deeper well of resources for facing them. When anxiety rises before a difficult exam, you find yourself naturally recalling previous successes. When conflicts arise with friends, you're able to see beyond the immediate tension to the underlying bonds of affection and shared history. On a particularly meaningful visit in late May, you arrive at the room to find Professor Flitwick engaged in an unusual activity. Rather than reading in his armchair or writing at the small desk, he stands before a section of the bookshelf that
has transformed into what appears to be a cabinet. The doors are open, revealing dozens of tiny drawers, each labeled with what looks like dates. "Ah, hello there," he greets you cheerfully. "Just updating my collection, a spring tradition of mine." Curiosity piqued, you move closer.
The dates you now see span decades, the earliest from the 1930s, the most recent from the current year. "What are they?" you ask. "Memory capsules," Flitwick explains, carefully opening one of the tiny drawers and removing what looks like a small crystal vial filled with swirling silver-white substance. Not full memories, like one would place in a traditional pensive, but distillations, essences of particularly significant moments. He holds the vial up to the light, where the substance within shimmers iridescently. "This one, for instance, contains the essence of the moment I was appointed head of Ravenclaw House. Not every detail of the day, those remain in my mind, but the concentrated feeling of that achievement, the sense of honor and responsibility, the bittersweet passing."
Of the role from my predecessor to myself.
You watch, fascinated, as he carefully returns the vial to its drawer and selects another, this one from a much more recent date. "And this is from just last month, the moment when Penelope Clearwater, who had been struggling terribly with advanced charms theory, finally mastered the atmospheric charm she'd been working on for weeks. The look on her face, pure triumph and relief." He chuckles fondly at the recollection. "I collect these essences not to review the memories themselves, but to preserve the emotional heart of moments that define my journey as a teacher." As if, making a sudden decision, he turns to you with a bright expression. "Would you like to see how it's done? The creation of a memory capsule, I mean. It's quite a useful skill, especially for preserving those moments of particular significance that we wish to keep untarnished by time." Intrigued by this new facet of memory magic, you nod eagerly. "Excellent. Now think of a moment from recent times that holds special meaning for you. Not necessarily a grand occasion, often it's the quiet moments that contain the most profound significance, something that captures an important feeling or realization. You consider this mind sifting through recent experiences before settling on one. The moment a few days ago when you mastered a particularly challenging spell in private practice, the pure surge of confidence and capability that flooded through. When you realized you'd done it perfectly without anyone watching or grading your performance. I have one, you tell him. Very good. Now the process is similar to extracting a memory for a pen sieve, but with a crucial difference. Instead of focusing on the entire memory, every detail and action, you concentrate solely on the emotional essence of the moment. The feeling that made it significant to you. He demonstrates the wand work required, a gentle, circular motion, followed by a slight upward flick, different from the standard memory extraction technique you've read about. As you perform the motion, he instructs, focus on distilling the memory down to its purest emotional core. Think of it as creating a drop of perfume that captures the essence of an entire garden, concentrated, pure, but containing everything essential. Following his guidance, you raise your wand to your temple, concentrate intensely on the feeling of that moment of mastery, and perform the delicate motion he demonstrated. As you draw your wand away, a thin strand follows, not the thick, silvery substance of a full memory, but something finer, more like a strand of starlight. It clings to the tip of your wand, glowing with a soft radiance. Beautifully done, Flitwick exclaims, quickly holding out a tiny crystal vial similar to his own. Now guide it gently inside. No need to rush, it will follow your intention. With careful concentration, you direct the glowing strand into the vial where it swirls, once before settling into a gently pulsing glow. Flitwick stops it with a miniature cork and hands it to you. Your first memory capsule, he says with evident satisfaction. A most personal treasure. Some wizards and witches collect hundreds over their lifetime, creating a kind of emotional archive of their most significant moments. You hold the tiny vial in your palm, marveling at how something so small can contain such a meaningful essence. What do I do with it? That's entirely up to you. Some keep them in special cabinets like mine, organized chronologically. Others prefer to group them by theme, achievements, moments of joy, instances of profound learning. Some even wear a particularly precious essence in a pendant close to their heart. He touches a spot near his collar, and you notice for the first time a thin silver chain disappearing beneath his robes. The magic preserves them indefinitely, so there's no rush to decide. He closes the cabinet, which smoothly transforms back into the appearance of a normal bookshelf. The Room of Gentle Remembering offers this cabinet to those who form a special relationship with the space. If you continue to visit, you may find it appearing for you as well someday, ready to store the collection of essences that define your
own journey. The idea is profoundly appealing, not just the magical technique itself, but what it represents. A conscious practice of honoring significant moments, of recognizing and preserving the emotional milestones that shape a life.
It seems like a natural extension of what the room itself offers, a way of relating to memory, not as simply past events, but as an ongoing resource of wisdom and strength. As Professor Flitwick settles back into his armchair with a book, leaving you to contemplate your newly created memory capsule, you feel a deepening appreciation for this extraordinary space and the gentle magic it contains. The Room of Gentle Remembering has become more than just a sanctuary from daily pressures. It's become a place of growth, of learning a new relationship with your own past, and by extension, with your present and future. The tiny vial glows warmly. In your hand, a physical reminder of inner strength captured and preserved. You carefully tuck it into an inner pocket of your robes close to your heart, where its gentle presence serves as a tangible connection to the wisdom you've begun to discover in this remarkable room. June arrives with a flurry of end-of-term activities, final exams, last Quidditch matches, preparations for the summer holiday. The pressures that initially led you to the Room of Gentle Remembering have intensified with the approaching conclusion of the school year. but your visits to the room have provided a balanced perspective that helps you navigate the stress with greater calm than you might have otherwise managed. On a particularly beautiful late afternoon, with sunlight streaming through the castle windows in golden rivers, you find yourself drawn once again toward the hidden sanctuary. Exams have concluded, results are still pending, and the strange limbo of the final days at Hogwarts before the summer departure has created a peculiar mood throughout the castle, a mixture of exhaustion, relief, anticipation, and for some, the bittersweet awareness that another year of magical education has passed. The door appears to you in a completely new location today, behind a tapestry depicting unicorns in a moonlit forest, in a corridor near the astronomy tower that you've
Rarely had reason to visit.
When you push it open, the familiar circular room greets you with its perpetual welcome, the soft rug, the comfortable armchairs, the gently glowing pensive at the center. But something is different today. The room seems more luminous somehow, the colors more vivid, the air itself charged with a subtle energy that wasn't present during your previous visits. And where the wall normally displays photographs and paintings, there now hangs a large, ornate mirror in an antique gold frame carved with intricate patterns that seem to move slightly when viewed from the corner of your eye. As you step further into the room, the door swings closed behind you and you realize you are not alone. Seated in one of the armchairs is neither Professor Flitwick nor any of the occasional other visitors you've encountered, but a witch you've never seen before. Elderly and slight, with silver hair piled atop her head in an elegant knot, secured by what appears to be a wand. Her robes are of a style not worn for decades, if not centuries. Deep blue velvet with silver embroidery at the collar and cuffs. Despite her clearly advanced age, she sits with perfect posture, hands folded neatly in her lap. "Good afternoon," she says, her voice surprisingly strong and melodious for one so elderly. "I've been expecting you." Startled by this declaration from a complete stranger, you hesitate near the door. "I'm sorry, but do I know you?" The old witch's face creases in a smile that transforms her dignified appearance into something warmer, almost impish. "Not directly, no, but we share a connection through this room. I am Elora Zabini, though in my student days I was known as Elora Blackwood. I found this room in 1847 during my 5th year at Hogwarts." Your mind struggles to process this information. If she was a student in 1847, that would make her, well, impossibly old, even by wizarding standards. Reading your confusion, Elora
Laughs softly. "No, I am not quite as ancient as that would suggest, though I did live to a respectable 143 years. What you see before you is not exactly a ghost, nor a portrait, nor a memory, but something, the room itself.
preserves of those who have formed the deepest connections with its magic." She gestures to the chair opposite her own. "Please, sit. The tea is particularly excellent today. Earl Grey, with a hint of lavender, I believe." Still bewildered but intrigued, you move to the indicated chair, which welcomes you with its usual perfect comfort. As promised, the teapot on the small table contains a fragrant brew that combines the citrusy notes of Earl Grey with the delicate floral hint of lavender. "I don't understand," you admit, as you accept the cup she offers. "Are you saying you're some kind of magical imprint preserved by the room?" Elora considers this, her head tilting slightly. "That's a reasonable approximation, yes. The room of gentle remembering exists at a unique intersection of space, time, and memory. Those of us who have served as its caretakers leave behind something
of ourselves, not our full consciousness or soul, but a distillation of our connection to this place and its purpose.
She sips her own tea, though you wonder if she can actually taste it, given her unusual nature. I was the formal caretaker of this room for nearly 70 years, from 1889 until my death in 1957. Before me was Percival Nightshade, who you might see on a different occasion, and after me came Phileas Flitwick, who I believe you know. Professor Flitwick is the caretaker of this room. This explains his regular presence and familiarity with the space, though he had never described himself in such formal terms. Indeed, each caretaker is chosen by the room itself, those who understand its deepest magic and can guide others in its use. She sets her teacup down with a delicate clink. The room has been watching you, my dear. It has noticed how you've grown through your visits, how you've begun to understand the true purpose of memory as a resource rather than merely a record. There's something both flattering and slightly unnerving about the idea of a magical room observing your development. But given everything else you've experienced at Hogwarts, it's hardly the strangest concept you've encountered. Why are you
appearing to me now, you ask? I've been visiting for months. Elora's expression grows more serious. Because you stand at a threshold, the room of gentle remembering reveals different facets of itself as visitors demonstrate readiness to engage
more deeply with its magic? You began with the pensieve of patterns, seeing connections in your own experiences. Later, you learned the creation of memory essences from Phileas. Now you are ready for the mirror of becoming. She gestures toward the large mirror that caught your attention when you first entered today. From your seated position, you can see only its ornate frame, not its reflective surface. Unlike the pensieve, which helps you understand patterns in your past, or the essence capsules, which preserve emotional significance, the mirror of becoming shows possible futures, not as fixed prophecies, but as paths that might unfold from who you are becoming through your experiences. Your heartbeat quickens at this description. It shows the future? Not exactly, Elora corrects gently. The mirror reflects potential, the person you are in the process of becoming, based on how you've integrated your experiences. It cannot predict specific events or circumstances, but it can show the growth of your essential nature as it continues to unfold. She rises from her chair with the fluid grace of someone much younger, her ethereal nature becoming more apparent as she moves. There's a subtle translucence to her form when she stands against the light, though she appears mostly solid. Come, she says, moving toward the mirror. Look and see what you are becoming. With a mixture of anticipation and apprehension, you follow, standing before the large mirror whose surface seems to ripple slightly, like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. For a moment it shows only your ordinary reflection, your current appearance, exactly as you would see in any normal mirror. But then the surface begins to change, the ripples increasing as the image blurs and reforms. The person who gradually appears in the mirror is still recognizably you, but somehow more. Your features appear more defined, your posture more confident, your eyes holding a depth of understanding that your current self is only beginning to develop. This reflected version of you is surrounded by a gentle aura that shifts colors subtly, not like the dramatic glow of powerful magic being performed, but more like the natural radiance of a person who has grown into their fullest self. Most striking, however, is the expression on your reflected face, a look of profound peace combined with quiet strength of someone who has faced challenges and emerged not hardened, but deepened by them. This is who you are becoming, Elora says softly from beside you. Not through any dramatic transformation or sudden change, but through the continuous integration of your experiences, the gentle remembering that builds wisdom layer by layer, like the growth rings of a tree. As you watch, fascinated, the image shifts again. Now your reflection appears engaged in various activities, teaching a younger student, writing in what appears to be a journal, standing beside others in what might be a professional context. These scenes flash by quickly, not lingering long enough to show specific details, creating an impression of a life rich with purpose and connection rather than any precise prediction of career or circumstance. The room doesn't show if you will become a healer or an aura, a scholar or a shopkeeper, Elora explains, correctly interpreting your attempt to make sense of these fleeting images. Material success or specific roles are not its concern. What the mirror of becoming reflects is the quality of presence you are developing, how you will meet whatever life brings, how your accumulated wisdom will express itself in your interactions with the world. The surface of the mirror calms again, returning to the image of your slightly older, more integrated self. Looking at this reflection feels like glimpsing a promise, not of achievement or status, but of the kind of inner congruence that no external circumstance can grant or remove. It's beautiful, you say? Inadequate words for the profound effect of seeing yourself in this way. It is, Elora agrees, and entirely possible. This isn't an idealized fantasy or an unreachable aspiration. It's simply you continuing on the path you've already begun, the path of conscious remembering, of learning from experience, of growing not despite challenges, but because of how you meet them. As you continue to gaze at this future self, a sense of recognition dawns. You have glimpsed this person before, in brief moments when you've been fully present, fully aligned with your deepest values. The mirror isn't showing a stranger you might someday become, but rather the self that already exists within you in potential, waiting to be more consistently realized through continued growth and integration. Elora gestures for you to return to the seating area where the tea remains hot and fragrant. As you settle back into your chair, mind still processing the powerful experience of the mirror, she resumes her seat opposite you. The mirror of becoming appears only once to each visitor who is ready for its reflection, she explains. Its purpose is not to be consulted repeatedly like a divination tool, but to provide a single, clear vision of potential that can serve as an inner compass when choices arise. You nod, understanding instinctively the wisdom of this limitation. Regular viewing might turn the mirror into a source of comparison or judgment rather than inspiration, might create attachment to a specific image rather than encouraging natural growth. Does everyone see themselves this way? You ask, curious about others' experiences with the mirror. Elora shakes her head. The reflection is as unique as the individual. Some see themselves surrounded by others, their becoming expressed primarily through relationship and community. Others see themselves in solitude, their growth manifested in depth rather than breadth of connection. Some witness themselves creating art, knowledge, magical innovation, while others see themselves preserving and protecting what already exists. She leans forward slightly, her ethereal form catching the light in fascinating ways. What matters is not the specific form of becoming, but the recognition that you are always in process, always growing toward greater wholeness, even in, perhaps especially in, times of challenge or apparent stagnation. The conversation drifts to her own lifetime, to the changes she witnessed in the wizarding world across nearly a century and a half, to her work as both a magical historian and caretaker of this room. Her stories are fascinating glimpses into a Hogwarts of another era, a magical society in different times of peace and conflict. As the light outside the enchanted windows begins to fade toward evening, Elora's form grows slightly less distinct, the edges of her presence softening. "My time with you draws to a close," she says, her voice still clear, despite her increasingly translucent appearance. "The room called me forth because you needed this particular threshold crossed today, but such manifestations require considerable magical energy from the space itself." She rises once more, her form now definitely more spirit than substance. "Remember what you've seen in the mirror of becoming, not as a fixed destination to strive for, but as confirmation of a path already begun, a self already in formation through your experiences and how you've chosen to integrate them." You stand as well, feeling a strange reluctance to see her go, despite the brief nature of your acquaintance. "Will I see you again?" Her smile turns wistful. "That is not for me to know. The room calls forth what is needed when it is needed. But I will remain part of the room's memory, as all caretakers do, and in that sense I am always here." She moves toward the now empty wall where the mirror had hung, her form growing increasingly diaphanous with each step. "Continue your practice of gentle remembering, dear one. It is a magic older than wands, deeper than incantations. The alchemy that transforms experience into wisdom, challenge into growth, memory into becoming." With these final words, she fades completely from view, leaving you alone in the circular room that somehow feels fuller rather than emptier for her departure. The large mirror is gone from the wall, the photographs and paintings restored to their usual places. But the sense of having crossed an important threshold remains, along with the powerful image from the mirror of becoming. Your own face looking back at you with that profound expression of peace and integrative strength. You sit once more in the comfortable armchair, finishing the remarkable tea as twilight deepens outside the windows. The room of gentle remembering continues its quiet magic around you. A sanctuary not just from the world, but for becoming more fully yourself within it. The final days of the school year pass in a blur of activity, trunks being packed, farewells exchanged, plans for summer holidays shared in excited conversations throughout the castle. The anticipation of returning home mingles with the bitter sweetness of leaving Hogwarts, creating that unique end-of-term atmosphere that feels both celebratory and slightly melancholy. Through it all, your experience with the mirror of becoming remains a quiet center of gravity, a private touchstone that helps you navigate the emotional currents of these transitional days with greater equanimity. The image of your potential self, not dramatically different from your current self, but more integrated, more consistently aligned with your deepest values, serves as a gentle reminder of the person you are growing toward through each interaction, each choice, each moment of learning. On your last evening at Hogwarts, after the farewell feast but before curfew sends everyone to their dormitories for the final night, you feel drawn to visit the room of gentle remembering one more time before the summer separation. The door reveals itself to you in yet another location, this time in a small alcove near the Great Hall that you've passed countless times without noticing anything special about it. When you enter, the room appears both familiar and subtly different, as if it has adjusted itself to match the transitional moment. The fire burns lower than usual, creating a cozy glow rather than significant warmth on this mild June evening. The floating lights are more numerous, like gentle stars scattered throughout the circular space. And rather than the usual arrangement of armchairs around the hearth, there's a comfortable window seat built into a large bay window that definitely wasn't present during previous visits. A window that looks out over the Hogwarts grounds bathed in the golden light of sunset. Professor Flitwick sits on this window seat, his small form nearly lost among the cushions, gazing out at the view with a peaceful expression. He turns as you enter, his face lighting up with a warm smile. "Ah, I thought you might come tonight," he says, patting the space beside him in invitation. The room seems to have anticipated a farewell visit. You join him on the window seat, which proves to be just as comfortable as the familiar armchairs. From this vantage point, you can see the entire sweep of the grounds, the lake reflecting the sunset in ripples of gold and crimson, the forbidden forest a deep green mass at the edge of the property, Hagrid's hut with smoke curling from its chimney, even the Quidditch pitch in the distance. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Flitwick says, following your gaze. "I've seen this view countless times over my years at Hogwarts, and it never fails to move me, particularly at transitions like term endings, when one chapter closes before another begins." A tea service appears on a small table within reach. A delicate pot and 2 cups, the fragrance suggesting a light floral blend, perfect for evening.
As always, the room seems to know exactly what is needed in the moment. "I understand you met Elora," Flitwick says conversationally as he pours the tea. You look at him in surprise. "You know about that?" He chuckles, passing you a cup. "As caretaker
Of the room, I'm aware when previous caretakers manifest. It's a rare occurrence. The room is quite selective about when it calls forth such presences." His eyes twinkle behind his spectacles. "Elora only appears to those with particular potential for understanding the deeper magics of memory and becoming." You sip your tea, processing this information. "She said I was at a threshold. Indeed you were, and are." Flitwick nods thoughtfully. "End of term, preparation to leave Hogwarts for the summer, completion of another year of magical education. Thresholds are powerful moments, times when we naturally reflect on what has passed and anticipate what lies ahead." He gestures around the circular room. "The perfect time for gentle remembering." "Will the room be here when I return next term?" you ask, realizing how much you've come to value this hidden sanctuary. "The room of gentle remembering exists as long as Hogwarts stands," Flitwick assures you. "It may not reveal itself immediately upon your return. It has its own sense of timing, but it will be available when you truly need it." He adjusts his spectacles with one tiny finger. "Though I suspect your relationship with it might evolve, as all meaningful relationships do with time and growth." You watch the sun sink lower toward the horizon, its golden light painting the grounds in warm hues that seem to emphasize the timeless beauty of the castle and its surroundings. Birds wheel above the forbidden forest, their distant forms like black brushstrokes against the painted sky. "Professor," you begin, a question forming that's been lingering at the edges of your mind since your encounter with Elora. "How does someone become a caretaker of this room?" Flitwick's expression turns thoughtful, even a bit solemn. "The room chooses, ultimately, but it tends to call those who understand memory not as mere recollection of past events, but as a living resource for growth and wisdom." He glances at you with keen eyes. "Those who have experienced the pensieve of patterns, created memory essences, and seen themselves in the mirror of becoming have begun the journey, certainly." The implications of his words send a small thrill through you, not ambition exactly, but recognition of a path that resonates deeply with something in your nature. "There's no need to think about such things now," Flitwick adds gently, correctly reading your expression. "The relationship between a person and this room unfolds in its own time, through many visits, many uses of its magic, many moments of insight and integration. For now, simply carry what you've learned here into your summer days. The practice of gentle remembering can happen anywhere, not just within these walls. As you finish your tea, a soft chime sounds from somewhere in the castle, the warning that curfew approaches. The sun has nearly disappeared now, just a sliver of gold visible at the horizon, the sky deepening from crimson to purple as stars begin to appear. "I should go," you say reluctantly, setting your empty cup on the tray. Flitwick nods, sliding down from the window seat to stand beside you. Yes, your housemates will be wondering where you've gone, and tomorrow brings the journey home. He straightens his robes, assuming more of his familiar professor demeanor than the casual companion he tends to be within this room. "But before you leave, I have something for you." From within his voluminous sleeve, he withdraws a small object and places it in your palm. It's a tiny silver key on a fine chain, delicately crafted with an intricate pattern that reminds you of the ornate frame of the mirror of becoming. "This is not a literal key," he explains as you examine it. "It won't open physical doors or locks, but wearing it serves as a reminder of the door you've already opened within yourself. The entrance to a deeper relationship with your own memories and becoming." He smiles warmly. Some past visitors to this room have found that focusing on the key during moments of particular challenge or confusion helps them access the same centered perspective they discover here, even when far from Hogwarts. You slip the chain over your head, the small key settling against your chest with a comforting weight. "Thank you, Professor." "Thank you," he returns with surprising earnestness. "Each person who truly engages with the magic of this room enriches it in subtle ways. Your visits have added something to its essence that will remain long after both of us have moved on to whatever lies beyond this life." His serious expression gives way to his more characteristic cheerful smile. "But that's a rather solemn thought for the last evening of term. Off you go now. Adventures await, both tomorrow on the train and throughout your summer." As you move toward the door, you take one last look around the circular room that has become so meaningful to you over these past months. The soft rug, the glowing pensive, the shelves of books and collection of photographs that hold centuries
of gentle remembering. It's not goodbye, you remind yourself. Just farewell until the next time you need the room's particular magic. Professor Flitwick raises his hand in a small wave.
"Remember," he says simply, the word carrying layers of meaning in this special space. You nod, understanding completely, and step through the door into the castle corridor. Behind you, the door closes softly, and when you glance back, you see only smooth stone wall where the entrance had been moments before. But the weight of the silver key against your chest remains, a tangible connection to the room of gentle remembering and all you've discovered within its circular walls. As you make your way back to your common room through the quiet corridors of Hogwarts, you carry with you not just the physical token Flitwick gave you, but something far more precious, the knowledge that within the seemingly mundane process of remembering lies a profound magic, one that transforms experience into wisdom, challenge into growth, moments into meaning. It's a magic available not just to wizards and witches with wands and special training, but to anyone willing to pause, reflect, and weave their experiences into the ongoing tapestry of becoming. The castle settles around you, ancient stones holding centuries of memories, as you return to join your friends for one last evening before the summer parting. Tomorrow will bring the Hogwarts Express and home. Next term will bring new challenges and opportunities for growth. But wherever you go, Whatever you face, the practice of gentle remembering goes with you, a quiet magic at the heart of your unfolding self. High above the bustle and hum of Hogwarts Castle, where the air grows thin and the view stretches beyond the mist-shrouded mountains surrounding the school, Ravenclaw Tower reaches toward the stars. Its windows catch the first light of dawn, and the last rays of sunset. Its weathered stones have withstood 1,000 years of Scottish storms, and within its circular rooms, generations of quick-minded students have pondered the deepest mysteries of magic and existence. Tonight, as a gentle April rain taps against leaded glass panes and a fire crackles in the common room hearth, the tower settles into its evening quiet. Most students have retreated to their dormitories, exhausted from a particularly demanding week of classes. Only a few remain in the high-ceilinged common room, a seventh year bent over star charts in the corner, 2 third years playing a near-silent game of wizard chess, and you, curled in a window seat with an ancient book of magical theory that's proven more soporific than enlightening. The bronze eagle door knocker that guards the entrance poses its riddles to no one now. The statue of Rowena Ravenclaw watches over the empty space with her eternal, enigmatic smile. Time seems to slow in these peaceful evening hours when the day's questions and challenges give way to contemplative silence as your eyelids grow heavy, the words on the page before you begin to blur. You close the book, resting it on your lap, as you gaze out at the rain-washed night. Clouds obscure the stars, but occasional breaks reveal glimpses of the waxing moon, its light turning raindrops on the window into tiny, perfect diamonds. This is the magic of Ravenclaw Tower that visitors from other houses never fully grasp, not the obvious enchantments like the animated ceiling painted with stars, or the bookshelves that reorganize themselves according to the most urgent research needs, but the special quality of its silence. A silence that doesn't empty the mind, but rather creates space for it to unfold, to wander down unexpected pathways of thought, to make connections invisible in the noise of daily life. You're on the edge of sleep, that liminal space where dreams and reality intertwine, when something unusual catches your attention. A soft blue glow emanates from the base of Rowena Ravenclaw's statue, not the familiar light of wand or lantern, but something more ethereal, like moonlight captured and contained. Curiosity, that quintessential Ravenclaw trait, pulls you from your comfortable nest of cushions. The other students remain absorbed in their activities, apparently unaware of the strange illumination. As you approach the statue, the blue light seems to pulse gently, almost like a heartbeat, growing slightly brighter as if in recognition of your interest. At the base of the statue, where the smooth marble of Ravenclaw's robes meets the pedestal, a small opening has appeared, an archway barely tall enough for a house elf, certainly not intended for human passage. Yet, as you watch, fascinated, the opening begins to expand, the blue light spilling through it to create patterns on the common room floor. You glance back at your housemates, but they continue their studies and games, oblivious to the magical phenomenon unfolding mere feet away. It's as if the light and the growing doorway exist only for you. A private invitation to, what? Exploration? Discovery? Or perhaps something else entirely? The opening has expanded now to the size of a normal door, revealing a spiral staircase beyond, its steps illuminated by the same gentle blue glow. The staircase leads upward, which shouldn't be possible given the tower's architecture. There are no rooms above the common room except the dormitories, and this doorway clearly leads to something else entirely. Reason suggests caution. Hogwarts contains many wonders, yes, but not all are safe for curious students. Yet this light carries no sense of menace, only a quiet beckoning that resonates with something deep within you. The Eagle Knocker tests wisdom before granting entrance to Ravenclaw Tower. Perhaps this is simply another test, another riddle to be solved through experience rather than words. Taking a deep breath, you step through the glowing archway and onto the first step of the mysterious staircase. The moment you cross the threshold, the world shifts subtly around you. The sounds of the common room, the quiet turning of pages, the soft click of chess pieces, the patter of rain against windows fade away, replaced by a profound silence that feels alive with potential rather than empty. The air carries a faint scent of old parchment, night-blooming flowers, and something less definable, perhaps time itself if time had a fragrance. The spiral staircase winds upward, each step made of the same white marble as the statue of Rowena. Ravenclaw, each edge softly illuminated by the blue light that seems to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. The walls surrounding the staircase are lined with shelves containing curious objects. Small astronomical instruments of silver and brass, crystal containers holding what appear to be memories, their silvery contents swirling gently. Delicate models of magical creatures that move with lifelike grace despite their miniature size. You ascend slowly, each step revealing new wonders on the surrounding shelves. A perfect replica of Hogwarts Castle, no larger than a jewelry box, with tiny figures moving through its corridors and lights flickering in its windows. A silver mirror that reflects not your current self, but something else. A glimpse of who you might become, there and gone so quickly you can't be certain what you saw. A chess set whose pieces appear to be carved from moonlight, solid yet translucent, watching you with intelligent eyes as you pass. The staircase curves gently as it rises, and you realize you've been climbing far longer than should be possible, given the physical dimensions of Ravenclaw Tower. Yet there's no sense of disorientation or concern, only a growing anticipation as the quality of the blue light changes, becoming warmer and somehow more welcoming as you near whatever lies at the top of this impossible staircase. Finally, the steps end at a simple wooden door with no handle or knocker, just a smooth expanse of dark wood inlaid with a pattern of stars in silver. As you study the constellations, wondering if they form a clue about how to proceed, the door swings silently inward, inviting you into the space beyond. You step through and your breath catches in your throat. The room before you is perfectly circular, far larger than should be possible at the top of Ravenclaw Tower. The ceiling arches high overhead, not painted with stars like the common room below, but open to the actual night sky, though the rain that fell moments ago has ceased, replaced by a clear expanse of stars that seem closer and brighter than you've ever seen them, even in astronomy class. The walls are lined with bookshelves interrupted only by tall windows that offer views not just of the Hogwarts grounds, but of landscapes you recognize from descriptions or pictures. The white-capped mountains surrounding Beauxbaton Academy, the dark forests of Durmstrang, the sun-drenched islands where the wizards of ancient Greece first studied the magical properties of Mediterranean herbs. In the center of the room stands a large, circular table of polished wood, its surface inlaid with the same star pattern as the door, but larger and more intricate. Around it are arranged 12 high-backed chairs, each slightly different in design, but all made of the same dark wood with cushions of midnight blue velvet. Only one chair is occupied. The woman who sits there looks up as you enter, her quill pausing above the parchment where she's been writing. For a moment you think it might be the Grey Lady, Ravenclaw's house ghost, but no, this woman is solid, not translucent, though there's something otherworldly about her nevertheless. She appears to be middle-aged, with streaks of silver in her dark hair, which is arranged in an elegant knot at the nape of her neck. Her robes are of an old-fashioned style, deep blue embroidered with bronze thread in patterns of eagles and stars. Her eyes, when they meet yours, are the exact shade of the blue light that guided you here, bright with intelligence and curiosity. "Well," she says, her voice carrying the slight lilt of a Scottish accent, "it's been quite some time since a student found their way to the Observatory of Quiet Enchantments." She gestures to one of the empty chairs. "Please, join me. The tea is still hot." You hadn't noticed the delicate porcelain tea service on the table, a thin wisp of steam rising from the spout of a teapot painted with the changing phases of the moon. Beside it sits a plate of small cakes that shimmer slightly, as if dusted with edible starlight. I'm sorry if I'm intruding," you begin, still standing just inside the doorway. "I saw a light, and then a staircase appeared." Yes, the woman says with a wave of her hand. "That's generally how it happens. The observatory reveals itself to those with the right combination of curiosity and contemplative mind, typically when the tower is at its quietest." She sets her quill down and gives you her full attention. "You're not intruding, quite the opposite. The room has extended an invitation. Rather rare these days, but then everything moves in cycles, doesn't it? Stars, planets, magic itself." She gestures again to the empty chair. "Do sit." Standing there gawking while a perfectly understandable reaction doesn't lend itself to proper conversation. Something about her direct manner combined with the genuine warmth in her eyes puts you at ease despite the strangeness of the situation. You cross to the table and take the indicated seat, which proves to be even more comfortable than it appeared, the velvet cushion conforming perfectly to your shape. "I am Professor Asteria Blackwood," the woman introduces herself as she pours tea into a delicate cup and pushes it toward you. "Or I was, I suppose, some 150 years ago. I taught advanced theoretical magic, a subject no longer offered at Hogwarts. More's the pity." You introduce yourself in turn, adding your house and year out of habit when meeting a professor, though obviously she must know you're a Ravenclaw to have found this place. "Ah, yes," she says, nodding as if confirming something to herself. "I've been watching your progress, promising, very promising, though you do tend to overthink the practical applications. Magic requires precision, certainly, but also a willingness to occasionally leap without looking." She smiles at your startled expression. "Oh, don't look so surprised. The observatory keeps track of all Ravenclaws, past, present, and even future, in a certain sense. Time works differently here." You glance around the magnificent room, trying to absorb this information along with the visual wonders surrounding you. The bookshelves contain volumes you've never seen in the Hogwarts library, some with titles in languages you don't recognize, others that seem to shift and change as you look at them, and still others that appear to be made of unusual materials, covers of hammered silver, pages of what might be pressed flowers or thin slices of crystal. "This place is amazing," you say, finally, returning your gaze to Professor Blackwood. "But I don't understand. How can it exist? There's no space for a room this size at the top of the tower, and how are you here if you lived over a century ago?" She takes a sip of her tea, regarding you thoughtfully over the rim of her cup. An excellent series of questions. The simplest answer, though perhaps not the most satisfying, is that this is Hogwarts, and Hogwarts has always contained more magic than even its founders fully understood. She gestures around the circular room. The observatory exists in what some magical theorists call a folded space. a place that occupies the same physical location as another, but in a different layer of reality.
As for my presence, well, she smiles slightly. Let's just say that when one has devoted one's life to the quiet enchantments of mind and memory, death becomes less of an ending and more of a transition. You're not entirely sure you understand.
But something about being in this place makes abstract, magical concepts feel more plausible than they might in the light of ordinary day. You take a sip of the tea she's served, finding it unlike anything you've tasted before, reminiscent of Earl Grey, but with subtle notes of something sweeter and more complex, perhaps honey and lavender, with an underlying quality that seems to clear your mind and sharpen your senses. What exactly is the Observatory of Quiet Enchantments, you ask, feeling emboldened by the tea and Professor Blackwood's welcoming manner? Now that's a better question. She leans back in her chair, regarding you with approval. The observatory was created by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, though few know of it today. It serves multiple purposes: a repository for certain kinds of knowledge deemed too abstract or complex for the main library, a workspace for those pursuing particularly intricate magical research, and, perhaps most importantly, a sanctuary for the cultivation of the quieter forms of magic. You raise an eyebrow questioningly at this last statement, and she elaborates. Not all magic announces itself with bangs and flashes, you know. The most profound enchantments often work in silence, through subtle shifts of reality rather than dramatic displays of power. Magic of the mind, of perception, of the connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena. She gestures to the books around you. The quiet enchantments are those that transform not through obvious external change, but through the reshaping of understanding itself. This resonates with something you've occasionally felt, but never fully articulated. A sense that beneath the spells and potions and creature studies that form the Hogwarts curriculum lies a deeper current of magic, one that has more to do with perspective and connection than with the specific effects produced by specific incantations. Over the centuries, Professor Blackwood continues, the observatory has appeared to selected students who show particular affinity for these quieter forms of magic. Sometimes, as in my case, those students eventually become caretakers of the room itself, continuing its work across generations. She reaches for one of the shimmering cakes and offers the plate to you. Do try one. They're made with moonflower honey and starlight dew. Excellent for clarifying thought. You accept one of the small cakes, which feels surprisingly substantial, despite its ethereal appearance. The flavor is delicate but distinctive, a hint of vanilla and perhaps almond, with an underlying note that reminds you of how the air smells after a summer thunderstorm. As you eat, a pleasant warmth spreads through you, and your thoughts seem to arrange themselves more coherently, connections forming between ideas that had previously seemed unrelated. So, why has the observatory revealed itself to me, you ask, after finishing the remarkable cake? I'm not especially brilliant even for a Ravenclaw. Professor Blackwood makes a dismissive sound. Brilliance, pa. Ravenclaw House puts far too much emphasis on conventional intelligence these days. Rowena valued wisdom over mere cleverness, understanding over simple knowledge. She regards you with those bright blue eyes that seem to see more than your outward appearance. You have something rarer, a quality of attention, a capacity for wonder that remains intact despite years of formal education. You notice what others overlook, question what others accept, and most importantly, you understand that not all questions have immediate or obvious answers. She smiles. The observatory appreciates these qualities. Her words bring an unexpected warmth to your cheeks. It's one thing to be praised for good marks or successful spellcasting, quite another to be valued for aspects of yourself that usually go unnoticed in the competitive academic environment of Hogwarts. Thank you, you say simply, unsure how else to respond. No need for thanks, I'm merely stating facts as the observatory perceives them. She gestures toward the star-filled sky visible through the ceiling. Now, would you like to see one of the quiet enchantments in action? I think you might find it illuminating in more ways than one. At your nod of agreement, Professor Blackwood rises and moves to a section of bookshelf near one of the windows. She selects a slim volume bound in midnight blue leather and returns to the table, placing the book between you. The cover bears no title, only a silver design that might be a constellation, 7 stars connected by delicate lines. The Pleiades, she says, noting your study of the pattern. 7 sisters, daughters of Atlas, placed among the stars by Zeus for protection. Many magical cultures associate them with wisdom, particularly wisdom gained through observation rather than instruction. She opens the book, revealing pages that appear blank at first glance. This is a star reader's journal. It records not words or images in the ordinary sense, but patterns, connections between seemingly disparate elements that can only be perceived when one steps back from details to observe the larger design. She places her hand flat on one of the blank pages, and immediately pinpoints of light appear, as if the page itself has become a window looking out at the night sky. The lights begin to move, swirling into patterns that remind you of the movements
of thoughts through your own mind, connections forming, dissolving, reforming in new configurations.
The quiet enchantment bound within this book allows the reader to perceive patterns in their own thinking that might otherwise remain hidden, Professor Blackwood explains. It doesn't provide new information, but rather reveals relationships between what you already know or think you know. Her eyes meet yours across the table. Would you like to try it? The display is both beautiful and slightly intimidating. The idea of having your own thought patterns made visible feels deeply personal, potentially exposing. Yet there's something compelling about the possibility of seeing connections you might otherwise miss, of understanding your own mind from a new perspective. Yes, you decide, I'd like to try. Professor Blackwood smiles approvingly and turns the book toward you. Place your hand on the page and think of a question, not something with a factual answer, but an area of inquiry where you seek deeper understanding. The journal will respond to your contemplation rather than to a direct query. You place your palm against the blank page, its surface cool and slightly textured beneath your skin. Closing your eyes briefly, you focus on a question that has been lingering in your mind lately, not one related to specific classwork or exams, but a deeper wondering about the nature of magic itself, about why some people are born with magical ability while others are not, about what this division reveals about the fundamental structure of reality. When you open your eyes, the page beneath your hand has transformed. Points of light swirl and connect, forming constellations of thought that somehow reflect your own mental processes. Here, a cluster representing your knowledge of magical theory. There, a stream of light connecting to your understanding of Muggle science. Elsewhere, a pulsing node that seems to embody questions about fate and choice. The patterns shift and evolve as your thoughts continue to flow, revealing connections you hadn't consciously recognized. Fascinating, murmurs Professor Blackwood, watching the display with evident interest. You see how your understanding of magical inheritance connects not just to biology, but to your philosophical questions about justice. And there, she points to a particularly bright cluster. Your experiences with both magical and non-magical communities create a unique vantage point for considering the question. You watch, mesmerized, as your thoughts take visual form, connections appearing that surprise you with their relevance. It's not that the book is giving you answers exactly, but rather showing you aspects of your own thinking that had remained below the surface of conscious awareness. The Star Reader's Journal, Professor Blackwood explains as you continue to explore the patterns, is one of many tools created to facilitate the practice of what Rowena Ravenclaw called contemplative magic, the use of focused awareness to perceive and sometimes reshape patterns of reality. Unlike most spells taught at Hogwarts, which direct magical energy outward to affect the external world, contemplative magic works primarily within the practitioner, though its effects can eventually
Extend beyond the individual.
You reluctantly withdraw your hand from the page, watching as the lights gradually fade, returning the book to its blank state. Could I learn to do this kind of magic without the journal, to see patterns this way naturally? Indeed you could, Professor Blackwood confirms, closing the book gently. The journal is a teaching tool, a way to make visible what initially lies beyond ordinary perception. With practice, the same awareness can be cultivated without external aids. She returns the book to its place on the shelf, selecting another volume as she continues speaking. Rowena believed that this form of magic was essential to true wisdom, yet it's rarely taught explicitly these days. Too subtle for standardized testing, I suppose? This last comment carries a hint of wry criticism. As she returns to the table with the second book, this one bound in bronze leather with no markings at all on its cover, the quality of light in the observatory begins to change. The blue glow that illuminates the space deepens slightly, and the stars visible through the ceiling seem to shift, suggesting the passage of time at a rate incongruent with normal experience. "Ah," says Professor Blackwood, noticing your observation of these changes. The observatory operates according to its own temporal rhythm. What feels like an hour here might be merely minutes in the common room below, or perhaps significantly longer. It adjusts according to the needs of the visitor and the nature of the work being done. She sits, placing the bronze book before her, but not yet opening it. Which brings me to an important question. What do you hope to gain from your time in the observatory? What quiet enchantment calls to you most strongly? The question catches you off guard. You hadn't entered this mysterious space with any specific goal in mind, having simply followed the blue light out of curiosity. Yet now that you're here, surrounded by books of rare magic and the tangible presence of Ravenclaw's contemplative tradition, certain possibilities begin to crystallize in your mind. "I want to understand," you begin slowly, trying to articulate something that feels more like a longing than a concrete objective. Not just facts or theories or spell mechanics, but the deeper patterns. Why magic works the way it does, how it connects to everything else, what it means for how we live. You meet Professor Blackwood's attentive gaze. "I've always felt like there's something just beyond what we're taught, a more fundamental level of understanding that would make everything else make more sense." Her expression warms with what appears to be genuine pleasure at your response. Excellently put. That yearning for deeper coherence, for the patterns beneath the surface, that's precisely the foundation of contemplative magic. She opens the bronze book, revealing pages covered in an elegant flowing script. "This is my own journal from my time as a student who had discovered the observatory. It contains exercises and reflections that help me develop the quiet enchantments of perception and pattern recognition." She turns the book toward you, and as you look at the pages, something remarkable happens. The handwritten text seems to shift, certain passages glowing softly as if highlighting themselves specifically for your attention, while others fade slightly into the background. "Another property of the observatory," Professor Blackwood explains, noting your startled expression. "It helps guide attention to what is most relevant for each visitor's particular journey. These highlighted passages represent exercises and insights that align most closely with your current state of development and the specific patterns you seek to understand." As you begin to read the glowing text, the content resonates with your earlier thoughts in an almost uncanny way. Reflections on the relationship between magical ability and universal patterns, exercises for perceiving connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena, meditations on the nature of reality as simultaneously fixed and fluid. The observatory, Professor Blackwood says softly, has recognized a kindred seeker. It appears you may have found your way to exactly where you need to be. Outside the tall windows, the night deepens, stars wheel in their ancient patterns, and within the impossible room at the top of Ravenclaw Tower, you begin to glimpse the outlines of a different kind of magic, quieter, deeper, and vastly more complex than anything taught in conventional classes. A magic that works not through dramatic incantations or precise wand movements, but through the careful cultivation
of awareness itself.
Over the next week, you find yourself returning to the Observatory of Quiet Enchantments whenever you can slip away unnoticed. The entrance appears reliably each evening. As the Ravenclaw common room empties, the blue light guiding you up the spiral staircase to the impossible room above the tower. Professor Blackwood is always there, sometimes writing in her own journals, sometimes arranging books on the shelves, occasionally simply gazing out the windows at views that shift according to some pattern you haven't yet discerned. She greets you with the same mixture of warmth and intellectual intensity each time, ready to guide your exploration of contemplative magic, but insistent that you discover its core truths through experience rather than instruction. Contemplative. Magic cannot be taught in the ordinary sense, she explains on your third visit, as you practice an exercise from her journal involving the perception of magical currents flowing through the castle itself. I can point toward certain techniques, provide conceptual frameworks, suggest avenues of inquiry, but the actual development of these faculties depends entirely on your own direct experience. This differs dramatically from your other classes. At Hogwarts, where knowledge can be memorized, techniques practiced to perfection, and results measured against objective standards. Here in the observatory, progress is more subtle. Moments of sudden insight followed by periods of confusion, brief glimpses of patterns that dissolve when examined too directly, gradual shifts in perception that you only notice retrospectively. It's frustrating, you admit one evening, setting aside a crystal sphere you've been using to practice perceiving energetic connections between different locations in the castle. I feel like I almost understand, and then it slips away. Professor Blackwood nods, entirely unsurprised by your frustration. That's precisely how it should feel at this stage. You're attempting to develop faculties that most magical education actually trains students to ignore. The subtler perceptions, the awareness of relationship rather than isolated phenomena, the recognition of patterns that exist across different scales of reality. She pours you another cup of the remarkable tea that seems to clarify thought. Think of it as learning to hear a particular harmony in a complex piece of music. At first, you might catch only fragments, brief moments of recognition before it fades back into the overall composition. With practice, you become able to track that harmony consistently, even as it weaves through different sections. The analogy helps, providing a framework for understanding the intermittent nature of your progress. You take a sip of tea, feeling its warming clarity spread through your mind, and return to the crystal sphere with renewed patience. As your visits continue, you begin to notice changes not just in your experiences within the observatory, but in your perception during ordinary school days as well. Sitting in Transfiguration, you find yourself aware not just of the specific spell being taught, but of the underlying pattern of energy transformation that makes all Transfiguration possible. Walking through the corridors between classes, you occasionally glimpse the subtle currents of magic that flow through the castle's very stones, accumulated over centuries of spellcasting and magical presence. These perceptual shifts are fleeting.
At first, they're one moment gone the next, like trying to see a shooting star from the corner of your eye.
But gradually they become more stable, more accessible, as if new neural pathways are forming in your brain, allowing you to perceive aspects of reality that were always present but previously filtered out of conscious awareness. You're beginning to see, Professor Blackwood observes on your 6th visit, watching as you successfully track the flow of magical energy from one of the observatory's enchanted objects to another across the room, perceiving their connection without the aid of crystal sphere. The quiet enchantments are becoming part of your natural perception rather than requiring specific techniques to access. Your time in the observatory develops a comfortable rhythm. Each visit begins with tea and conversation, often touching on some aspect of magical theory or history not covered in the standard Hogwarts curriculum. Then comes practice with various tools of contemplative magic, the Star Reader's Journal, the Crystal Sphere, a set of carved stone tablets that hold imprints of magical patterns, or sometimes simply silent meditation on the ever-changing views from the windows. The final portion of each evening is devoted to what Professor Blackwood calls integration, exercises designed to help you retain and apply your insights when outside the supportive environment of the observatory. These often involve writing. In a special journal she has provided, its pages enchanted to strengthen memory of subtle perceptions, or practicing specific forms of attention that can be maintained during ordinary activities. The ultimate goal, she explains, is not to become dependent on the observatory or its tools, but rather to develop faculties that function in any environment. The quiet enchantments should eventually become as natural as breathing, accessible, whether you're here in this specialized space or sitting in the Great Hall surrounded by hundreds of chattering students. On your 8th visit, something new awaits you in the circular room. Alongside the familiar circular table with its inlaid star pattern, a second, smaller table has appeared, bearing what looks like a three-dimensional model of Hogwarts Castle, perfect in every detail right down to tiny moving figures in the courtyards and corridors. "Ah, you've noticed our new addition," Professor Blackwood says, rising from her usual chair to stand beside the model. The observatory provides tools according to the visitor's developmental readiness. This indicates you're prepared for a more complex application of the perceptual skills you've been cultivating. You move closer, fascinated by the miniature castle. Unlike the architectural models you've seen before, this one seems to pulse with subtle energy, and as you focus your attention, using the techniques practiced in previous sessions, you begin to see that it's not just a representation of the physical structure, but of the magical matrix that interpenetrates it. Delicate lines of colored light trace through the tiny castle, connecting certain rooms, wrapping around specific towers, flowing through corridors and gathering in pools at particular intersections. These energy patterns shift continuously, responding to the movements of the tiny figures and to larger rhythms that seem tied to the cycle of day and night, which proceeds at an accelerated pace within the model. The resonance model, Professor Blackwood explains, allows for observation of the castle's magical ecology, the flows of enchantment that sustain Hogwarts as more than merely a building where magic happens to be taught, but as a living magical entity in its own right. She guides your attention to particular features, the way energy collects and transforms in the Great Hall, the protective patterns surrounding the perimeter of the grounds, the curious spirals that connect the 4 house common rooms despite their physical distance from each other. Most fascinating, she says, pointing to a particular node of intense activity, are the places where human intention and the castle's innate magic interact most directly. See here, in the room of requirement, the patterns are constantly reorganizing, responding to the needs and desires of those seeking its assistance. You watch, mesmerized, as the section she indicates pulses with complex, ever-changing configurations of light, unlike the more stable patterns in other areas. "It's beautiful," you murmur, understanding now why this is called the resonance model. The interactions create something like visual music, harmonies and counterpoints of magical energy playing out across the castle's structure. Beautiful. Indeed, Professor Blackwood agrees, and immensely practical for those who understand how to work with these patterns rather than simply imposing magic upon them. She explains how awareness of these energy flows can enhance magical practice. Working with the castle's natural patterns requires less personal magical effort than working against them, just as swimming with a current demands less energy than fighting against it. This is why some locations in the castle are particularly conducive to certain types of magic, she says. The North Tower for divination, the dungeons for potions, the 7th floor corridor for transformational magic. These aren't arbitrary assignments but acknowledgements of the underlying magical geography. You spend the remainder of the evening learning to read the resonance model, gradually discerning patterns that weren't immediately obvious. Seasonal variations, responses to astronomical alignments, even subtle shifts that seem to reflect the collective emotional state of the castle's inhabitants. As the session draws to a close, Professor Blackwood presents you with a small silver medallion engraved with a simplified version of the pattern you've been studying. Wearing this will help you maintain awareness of the castle's energetic structure, even when you're not actively focusing on it, she explains. It's a temporary aid, not a permanent necessity. Eventually, your perception will maintain this awareness naturally. You slip the medallion over your head, feeling a subtle shift in your perception as it settles against your chest. The walls of the observatory seem slightly more transparent, revealing hints of the energy patterns that flow through them, connecting this impossible room to the wider structure of the castle. "Thank you," you say, genuinely moved by the gift and all it represents, not just a magical tool, but recognition of your progress in this unusual branch of magic, so rarely acknowledged in formal education. Professor Blackwood inclines her head slightly, acknowledging your gratitude with characteristic dignity. The quiet enchantments unfold according to their own timing, neither hurried nor delayed by external circumstances. You are proceeding precisely as you should. Her blue eyes hold yours for a moment. Now I believe it's time for you to return to the common room. Rest will help integrate today's experiences. As you descend the spiral staircase, the silver medallion warm against your skin, you feel a growing sense of connection, not just to the magical structure of Hogwarts, but to a tradition of magical understanding that stretches back to Rowena Ravenclaw herself. The quiet enchantments may not dazzle like charms or transform the physical world like transfiguration, but they offer something perhaps more valuable, a way of perceiving the underlying patterns that make all other magic possible. The blue light guides you back to the statue of Ravenclaw in the now empty common room, the archway closing silently behind you. But even as the physical entrance disappears, the awareness fostered in the observatory remains, a subtle but persistent perception of the magical currents flowing through the ancient stones around you, connecting past. You mentioned Percival Nightshade. Yes, though not many. The awareness required is rare, even among those who study contemplative magic extensively, and the dedication of one's entire being to a specific purpose is rarer still. She looks momentarily wistful. Percival manifests occasionally, usually, for students with particular interest in the theoretical implications of interdimensional magic. Others appear even less frequently when specific kinds of guidance are needed. We are not fully present at all times. That would require magical resources the observatory cannot sustainably provide. Rather, we emerge when the conjunction of student need and our particular wisdom creates the right resonance. This explanation clarifies something you've occasionally wondered about: why Professor Blackwood is always present for your visits, yet the room never feels crowded with multiple teacher entities from different eras. Each manifests according to need, conserving the magical energy of the space. And Professor Flitwick, you ask, curious about the connection between the observatory and current Hogwarts faculty. You said he's the present caretaker? Indeed. Phileas discovered the observatory during his first year teaching at Hogwarts and showed immediate affinity for the quiet enchantments, despite his distinguished background in more demonstrative forms of magic, like dueling. Over the years, he has become adept at identifying students who might benefit from what the observatory offers and subtly guiding them toward discovering it for themselves. Her eyes twinkle slightly. You might have noticed him watching you with particular interest in the common room on certain evenings, or perhaps suggesting books that led your thinking in directions that made you more receptive to the observatory's invitation. You think back, remembering occasions when the charms professor had recommended specific readings on magical theory that weren't directly related to coursework, or times when his presence in the common room had coincided with your
moments of deepest contemplation.
These hadn't seemed significant at the time, but in retrospect, they form a pattern of gentle guidance. Will he? You hesitate, unsure how to phrase the question tactfully. Continue as I have after his physical lifetime concludes? Professor Blackwood completes your thought with characteristic directness. That will be his choice when the time comes, though given his dedication to teaching and his particular appreciation for Ravenclaw's contemplative tradition, I wouldn't be surprised if some aspect of Phileas Flitwick greets future generations of students in this room. The conversation has moved into territory both profound and slightly unsettling. Considerations of identity, consciousness, and what might exist beyond physical life. Yet within the peaceful environment of the observatory, with its star-filled ceiling and gently glowing enchanted objects, even these weighty topics feel approachable, more intriguing than frightening. Thank you for explaining, you say finally. It helps me understand what I've been perceiving about your presence. Professor Blackwood inclines her head in acknowledgement. Your questions always emerge at precisely the right moment in your development. Another sign of your natural affinity for this work. The relationship between consciousness, identity, and magical pattern will become increasingly relevant as your studies deepen. She rises from her chair, moving toward a section of bookshelves you
haven't explored extensively.
Which brings us to an appropriate next phase in your education. I believe you're ready to begin working with memory patterns directly. From a high shelf, she retrieves a small object that resembles a pensieve in miniature, a shallow basin of what appears to be silver, small enough to hold in your palm, with intricate engravings around its rim. This is a pattern pensieve, she explains, placing it carefully on the table before you. Unlike the standard version, which stores and displays memories in their narrative form, this device reveals the underlying patterns that give memories their magical significance. It's particularly useful for understanding how personal experience shapes magical ability and expression. This new direction of study feels significant, a shift from observing external patterns toward a deeper exploration
of how your own consciousness interacts with magic.
As Professor Blackwood begins to explain the pensieve's use, you feel a sense of having crossed yet another threshold in your unusual education, moving further into territory rarely acknowledged in conventional magical training. The soft blue light of the observatory seems to pulse slightly, as if the room itself approves of this progression. Outside the windows, stars continue their ancient journeys across the heavens, patterns of celestial light echoing the magical patterns you're learning to perceive and, increasingly, to work with directly. In this impossible space above Ravenclaw, tower where time flows according to its own rhythm and consciousness exists beyond physical constraints, you're discovering a dimension of magic that transforms not just your understanding of spells and enchantments, but of reality itself and your place within it. As May deepens toward June and the school year approaches its conclusion, your studies in the Observatory of Quiet Enchantments reach a new level of intensity. The pattern, pensive, becomes central to your evening sessions, revealing how your own experiences have shaped your particular magical signature, the unique way your consciousness interacts with magical energy. Each witch or wizard has distinctive patterns, Professor Blackwood explains, as you observe the swirling configurations that emerge when you place a drop of your own memory into the small silver basin. These are formed partly by innate qualities present from birth, partly by significant magical experiences, and partly by how one has been taught to think about and use magic. The patterns revealed are fascinatingly complex, spirals within spirals, nodes of concentrated energy connected by flowing lines, colors that shift and blend according to subtle variations in emotional tone or intentional focus. Unlike regular pensive memories, which replay events as they were experienced, the pattern pensive shows the underlying magical structure of memory itself, how experiences become encoded in a form that influences future magical expression. Most impressive, Professor Blackwood observes, studying a particularly intricate configuration that formed when you added a memory of your first successful casting of the Patronus charm, is your capacity for integration. See how these elements that might typically remain separate, the emotional catalyst, the technical execution, the conceptual understanding, have formed a cohesive pattern rather than remaining distinct. She points to places where lines of different colors have twisted together to create new hues, where what began as separate nodes have merged into more complex formations. This natural tendency toward synthesis is relatively rare, especially in students trained in the contemporary style that treats different aspects of magic as discrete subjects rather than facets of a unified reality. This observation resonates with something you've often felt but struggled to articulate: a mild frustration with the compartmentalized approach of the standard curriculum, a sense that the divisions between charms and transfiguration, between theory and practice, between technical execution and emotional component, are more arbitrary than essential. Is that why the observatory revealed itself to me? You ask. Because I already tend to think this way? Partly, Professor Blackwood confirms. The room responds to latent affinity as well as developed skill. You had the natural inclination toward pattern recognition and integration, which the observatory's particular magic could then nurture and develop more explicitly. As your work with the pattern pensive continues over subsequent evenings, you begin to understand not just the structure of individual memories, but the larger configuration they form collectively, how certain core experiences serve as anchor points around which other memories organize themselves, creating a constellation of interconnected patterns that constitutes your magical identity. More remarkably, you start to perceive how this personal constellation exists within a broader matrix of magical patterns, connecting to the magic of Hogwarts itself, to the traditions of knowledge you've inherited through your education, even to the natural magical currents that flow through the wider world. This is the threshold that most conventional magical education never crosses, Professor Blackwood tells you as you discuss these expanding perceptions. The recognition that magic is not merely a tool to be wielded by a separate self, but a reality in which consciousness participates directly, both shaping and being shaped by the patterns it perceives. This shift in understanding brings practical implications that extend beyond the peaceful confines of the observatory. You find yourself casting spells differently in your regular classes, not with more power necessarily, but with greater precision and efficiency, working with the inherent patterns of each magical effect, rather than imposing your will through force of concentration alone. Professor Flitwick notices the change during a particularly challenging charms lesson involving the subtle magic of emotion-sensitive illumination. While other students struggle to maintain the delicate balance required, your lanterns respond with a naturalistic subtlety that draws his attention. "Most impressive," he comments quietly as he passes your desk, his eyes conveying a deeper recognition than his casual words suggest. You're developing a very refined touch. Later that same day, you encounter him in the Ravenclaw common room, apparently absorbed in grading essays but positioned near your favorite window seat. When most other students have gone to dinner, he approaches, speaking in a voice too low to be overheard. "The observatory suits you," he says simply. "Asteria was right to call it to your attention." Before you can respond to this direct acknowledgement of your evening studies, he continues, still in that quiet tone. "The end of term approaches, with all its disruptions to regular schedules. Remember that the observatory exists somewhat outside ordinary time constraints. What might seem like a conclusion from one perspective may be merely a transition from another." With that cryptic statement and a cheerful nod, he returns to his grading, leaving you to ponder his words as you make your belated way to dinner. That evening, the blue light appears as usual when the common room empties, guiding you up the spiral staircase to the circular room above the tower. But as you enter, you immediately sense that something is different. The quality of light has shifted subtly, taking on a silvery luminescence that complements the usual blue glow. The star-filled ceiling shows constellations you don't recognize, as if viewing the night sky from another hemisphere, or perhaps another time entirely. Most notably, Professor Blackwood is not alone. Seated at the circular table with its inlaid star pattern are two other figures, an elderly wizard with a long white beard and eyes that seem to contain actual stars when he turns to look at you, and a much younger woman with deep brown skin and hair styled in elaborate braids interwoven with what appear to be thin strands of copper wire. "Ah, right on time," Professor Blackwood says, rising to greet you with her usual dignity. "Allow me to introduce my colleagues. This is Percival Nightshade." She gestures to the elderly wizard, who inclines his head slightly in greeting. "The observatory's caretaker from 1712 to 1889, and Zara Nyota." The younger woman offers a warm smile. "Who will assume the role in 2153. You blink at this last introduction, momentarily disoriented by the casual reference to a date more than a century in the future. "From 2153, you repeat, trying to process the implications. "As I've mentioned, time functions differently here," Professor Blackwood reminds you. "The observatory exists in what might be called the eternal present of Hogwarts, a point of continuity that touches past, present, and future simultaneously." Zara Nyota's smile widens at your confusion. "Don't worry too much about the temporal mechanics," she says, her accent suggesting origins somewhere in East Africa. "What matters is that we're all here now because the observatory has reached a significant juncture in its relationship with you." The elderly wizard, Percival Nightshade, speaks for the first time, his voice surprisingly strong given his apparent great age. When a student progresses beyond a certain threshold in their understanding of the quiet enchantments, the observatory sometimes convenes what we call a pattern council, representatives from different eras who can collectively perceive the student's developmental trajectory and provide guidance appropriate to their particular path.
In simpler terms, Zara adds with a slight roll of her eyes that suggests this is a long-standing dynamic between her and the more formal Percival. You've gotten good enough at this stuff that we need to talk about what comes next, Professor.
Blackwood gestures for you to take your usual seat at the table. We've been observing your progress, particularly your work with the pattern pensive, over these past weeks. Your natural affinity for integration combined with dedicated practice has accelerated your development beyond what might typically be expected at this stage. As you settle into your chair, feeling both honored and slightly intimidated by this unusual gathering, you notice that the table now holds not the usual tea service, but 4 crystal goblets filled with a liquid that glows with the same silvery blue luminescence that permeates the room. Pattern nectar, Percival Nightshade explains, noting your curious glance. Distilled from the essence of the observatory itself, it helps align our perceptions across temporal differences, allowing us to see your pattern more clearly as a collective. Each of the 3 caretakers takes a goblet, and you follow suit, lifting the delicate crystal container. The liquid within has no scent that you can detect, but it seems to vibrate subtly against your fingers as if eager to be consumed. To patterns perceived and potential recognized, Professor Blackwood offers, in a tone that suggests a traditional toast. You sip the nectar cautiously, finding that it has no taste in the conventional sense, but creates an extraordinary sensation as it flows down your throat, as if you're drinking pure starlight, cool and bright, and somehow vastly more real than ordinary matter. The effect spreads outward from your center, heightening your perception until the patterns of magical energy that you've learned to observe become brilliantly clear, visible not just through specialized focus, but as naturally as physical objects. The 3 caretakers watch you with varying expressions. Blackwood's quietly pleased, Nightshade's analytically intent, Neota's openly delighted. Good response, Zara comments. Clean integration, minimal dissonance. Definitely a natural pattern worker. Percival nods slowly. Indeed. The question now becomes one of direction and application. The quiet enchantments manifest differently, according to the practitioner's essential nature and chosen focus. He turns to you, those star-filled eyes, somehow both ancient and entirely present. What draws you most powerfully about the work you've done here? What aspect of pattern magic resonates most deeply with your own nature? The question is profound enough that you might normally take time to consider carefully before answering, but the pattern nectar has created a state of unusual clarity. You find yourself responding from a place of intuitive knowing rather than calculated thought. The connections, you say with certainty. Seeing how patterns flow between different levels of reality, how personal experience connects to magical theory, how the castle's enchantments interact with natural forces, how individual consciousness participates in larger magical currents. It's all one continuous reality, just perceived from different vantage points. The 3 caretakers exchange glances, a silent communication passing between them that seems to confirm something important. A synthesist, Percival says with satisfaction. Not primarily an analyst like myself, nor a creator like Asteria, nor a transformer like Zara. One who perceives and works with the connections between existing patterns rather than specializing in their detailed structure or deliberate reconfiguration, Professor Blackwood elaborates. This aligns with what we've observed in your work with the pattern pensive, your natural tendency toward integration rather than dissection or reconstruction. Zara leans forward, her copper-threaded braids catching the silvery light. It's a valuable orientation, especially given the state of magical education in your era, all those artificial divisions between different types of magic, between theory and practice, between the technical and the intuitive. She shakes her head slightly, By the time I'm born, the pendulum will have swung back toward a more integrated approach, but your generation deals with some of the most fragmented magical pedagogy in Hogwarts history. This confirms your own feelings about the standard curriculum, but coming from someone with Zara's unique historical perspective, it carries additional weight. The question now, Professor Blackwood says, returning to the practical matter at hand, is how best to support your continued development along this particular path. The synthesist orientation is rare enough that we have relatively few precedents to draw upon. Elspeth Clearwater in the 1600s, Percival offers, though she focused primarily on the relationship between astronomical patterns and earthbound magic. And Makoto Tanaka in the early 2100s, Zara adds. His work bridging Eastern and Western magical traditions revolutionized magical theory just before I was born. She smiles slightly. From my perspective, that's historical. From yours, it's still in the future. Temporal discussions get complicated in the observatory. What matters, Professor Blackwood says, gently redirecting the conversation, is that we recognize your particular gifts and provide appropriate guidance for their development. The fact that all three of us have manifested for this conversation suggests that the observatory itself considers this a significant juncture in your relationship with the quiet enchantments. Percival Nightshade reaches into his robes and withdraws what appears to be a small book bound in leather so dark it seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. This is a Nexus journal, he explains, placing it on the table before you. Unlike the standard magical journals you've used thus far, which primarily record and organize information, the Nexus journal actively facilitates connection perception across different domains of experience. You reach for the book, feeling a subtle resonance as your fingers touch its cover, as if it's already attuned to your particular magical signature. The journal will be blank initially, Zara explains, but as you use it to record observations and insights about patterns you perceive, it will begin to reveal connections between entries that might not be immediately obvious to conscious awareness. It becomes a kind of external processor for the very connections you're naturally drawn to recognize. More importantly, Professor Blackwood adds, it can function outside the observatory. As the school year concludes and students disperse for the summer holidays, you'll be away from Hogwarts and the specialized environment we've created here. The journal will help you continue your development regardless of location. This addresses a concern that has been growing as the end of term approaches: how to maintain connection with the profound work you've begun in the observatory when you're no longer able to access the room itself. The Nexus Journal is not merely a tool but a commitment, Percival says, his tone solemn. By accepting it, you agree to continue the practice of the quiet enchantments as an integral part of your magical development, not merely an interesting supplement to conventional education. The weight of this moment is palpable. You're being offered entry into a tradition that exists largely outside the formal structures of magical education, one that views magic not just as a collection of useful skills, but as a profound reality to be perceived and worked with in its wholeness. Your response requires no deliberation. I accept, you say simply, placing your hand fully on the Nexus Journal, feeling its magic respond to your touch with a subtle pulse of recognition. The three caretakers nod in unison, and something shifts in the atmosphere of the observatory, a sense of alignment of pieces falling into their proper places within a larger pattern. There is one more matter to address, Professor Blackwood says after a moment. The nature of your ongoing relationship with the observatory itself. The observatory's silvery blue light seems to gather more densely around the circular table as Professor Blackwood continues, her tone both formal and warm. When a student reaches your level of understanding and shows particular affinity for the quiet enchantments, the observatory typically offers a more enduring connection, one that extends beyond regular visits to this physical space. Zara Nyota nods, her copper-threaded braids catching the light as she moves. Think of it as becoming part of a network that exists primarily in the patterns themselves, rather than in physical proximity. The observatory recognizes those who recognize it, creating bonds that transcend ordinary spatial and temporal limitations. Percival Nightshade's star-filled eyes regard you with a penetrating intensity. This connection manifests differently for each practitioner according to their nature and focus. For some, it provides enhanced perceptual abilities when working with certain types of magical patterns. For others, it offers periodic insights or revelations when encountering magical phenomena of particular significance. For a synthesist, like yourself, it might well facilitate awareness of connections that would otherwise remain obscure. The connection forms gradually, Professor Blackwood explains, typically beginning with dreams that continue the work of the observatory even when
one is physically distant from it.
Later, in moments of deep focus or meditative awareness, direct communication becomes possible, not through words primarily, but through the direct transmission of pattern understanding. The concept is simultaneously strange and somehow familiar, as if part of you has always known that consciousness and magic could interact in this way, beyond the limitations of ordinary space and time. What would be expected of me, you ask, sensing that this offer, like the Nexus Journal, comes with certain responsibilities. Continued practice first and foremost, Professor Blackwood answers. The quiet enchantments develop only through consistent attention and application. One cannot remain static and maintain a living connection to the observatory's magic. Occasional assistance to future students, Zara adds. As you develop expertise in specific aspects of pattern work, the observatory may occasionally draw upon your understanding to help guide others with similar inclinations. This typically happens through what appears to be coincidence, finding yourself in conversation with someone at precisely the moment they need a particular insight, or feeling inexplicably drawn to share a specific book or technique with a mighty dumb individual you might not otherwise notice. And ultimately, Percival says with quiet gravity, the preservation of this tradition across generations. The quiet enchantments exist somewhat outside the formal structures of magical education, maintained primarily through direct transmission from practitioner to practitioner. Each person who enters into this deeper relationship with the observatory becomes a link in that chain of transmission. The responsibility feels significant but not burdensome, a natural extension of the work you've already begun, a recognition of how deeply the quiet enchantments have already transformed your understanding
of magic and your place within it.
I would be honored, you say simply. Something shifts in the atmosphere of the room, a subtle intensification of the silvery blue light, a momentary suspension of the usual flow of time, a sense of the observatory itself responding to your acceptance. The Nexus Journal on the table before you pulses once with the same light, as if acknowledging its role in the unfolding connection. It is settled then, Professor Blackwood says with evident satisfaction. You are now formally recognized as a practitioner of the quiet enchantments, connected to the observatory of Ravenclaw Tower and to the tradition it represents. Zara raises her crystal goblet. To new patterns forming, to connections recognized, to quiet magic continuing its work through another generation. The four of you complete the toast, finishing the pattern nectar, which seems even more vibrant and real than before, as if your deepened connection to the observatory allows you to perceive its essence more fully. As you lower your empty goblet, you notice that the quality of light in the room has begun to shift again, the silver tones gradually receding, the familiar blue glow reasserting its dominance. Percival Nightshade's form becomes slightly less substantial, as if he's beginning to fade back into whatever state of existence he maintains when not manifested in the observatory. My time here concludes, he says, his voice still clear, despite his increasingly translucent appearance. The Pattern Council has fulfilled its purpose for now. He inclines his head toward you in a formal gesture of recognition. Work well with what you have been given. The quiet enchantments reward patient attention and sincere application. With these parting words, he fades completely from view, his empty chair remaining as the only evidence of his presence. Zara shows no signs of similarly departing, but she rises from her seat, stretching as if she's been sitting too long. "I'll leave you two to wrap things up," she says casually. "First manifestation is more tiring than I expected. I need to explore the room a bit, reacquaint myself with this version of the observatory." She winks at you. From my perspective, the decor changes significantly over the next century, or so. Much more holographic integration, fewer physical books, progress marches on. As she wanders toward the bookshelves, examining their contents with evident curiosity, Professor Blackwood turns her attention fully to you. "The connection we've established today will unfold gradually over time," she explains. "You may not notice significant changes immediately, but as you continue to work with the Nexus Journal and practice the perceptual techniques you've learned here, the bond will strengthen and deepen." She gestures toward the windows of the observatory, which now show a view of the Hogwarts grounds bathed in early summer twilight, the lake reflecting the first stars of evening. When you return to Hogwarts after the summer holiday, the observatory will be available to you as before, but even during your absence, the connection remains. Distance is largely irrelevant to the quiet enchantments, which operate in the patterns themselves rather than in physical space. You nod, understanding the concept, if not yet fully grasping how it will manifest in practical experience. The Nexus Journal sits before you on the table, its dark leather cover now subtly marked with the same star pattern that adorns the tabletop itself. A physical symbol of the connection that now extends beyond the visible and tangible. What about everyday magic, you ask, thinking of the practical realities that await beyond this enchanted space? How does this change my regular spellcasting or classwork? Gradually but significantly, Professor Blackwood answers. As your perception of magical patterns becomes more instinctive, less dependent on specialized focus, you'll find yourself working with magic rather than merely performing it. Spells become conversations with existing patterns rather than impositions of will upon passive material. The effects can be subtle at first: increased efficiency, greater precision, more natural integration of intention and execution, but over time, the difference becomes more pronounced. This aligns with changes you've already begun to notice in your regular classes, a shift in how magic feels when you engage with it, a growing sense of participation rather than utilization. "And the other students who visit the observatory?" you ask, curious about the broader community you've glimpsed occasionally, but rarely interacted with directly. "You'll recognize each other," Professor Blackwood says with a small smile, not through any obvious sign or identification, but through a quality of attention, a particular way of engaging with magical phenomena. Those with sufficient development, in the quiet enchantments, perceive each other's patterns naturally, creating a kind of unspoken acknowledgement. She glances towards Zara, who has found what appears to be her own book from the future, and is leafing through it with an expression of nostalgic amusement. Each practitioner develops along their own trajectory, according to their nature and focus. Some, like yourself, may eventually form connections strong enough to maintain conscious presence in the observatory beyond physical lifetime. Others may express the quiet enchantments through innovative magical research, through particularly effective teaching, or through the creation of enchanted objects that embody pattern principles in new ways. This diversity of expression feels right, a tradition not rigidly defined by specific techniques or applications, but united by a fundamental approach to magic as conscious participation in living patterns. As the conversation concludes, you feel a sense of completion combined with new beginning. The formal recognition of what has been developing over these months of evening visits to the impossible room above Ravenclaw Tower, and simultaneously the opening of a path that extends far beyond what you can currently envision. You gather the Nexus Journal, feeling its subtle resonance with your own magical signature, a tangible connection to the work you've begun here that will continue wherever you go. The silver medallion you received earlier still hangs around your neck, warm against your skin, a reminder of your developing perception of the castle's magical ecology. "It's time," Professor Blackwood says, rising from her chair with characteristic grace. "The term concludes tomorrow, and you have practical matters to attend to before departure." You stand as well, the familiar ritual of leave-taking now carrying deeper significance. This isn't merely the end of an evening's lesson, but a transition to a new phase in your relationship with the observatory and its magic. Zara approaches from the bookshelves, having apparently satisfied her curiosity about past, future differences in the room's contents. "See you in about 130 years, she says with a grin, extending her hand. As you shake it, you feel a brief but intense pulse of connection, a glimpse of a Hogwarts yet to be, of magical understanding still developing, of a tradition continuing its quiet work through generations yet unborn. "Safe travels through time," you reply, earning an appreciative laugh from the future caretaker. "I like this one," Zara says to Professor Blackwood. "Good choice." With a casual wave that somehow manages to convey both farewell and see you later, she begins to fade from view, her form dissolving into patterns of light that linger briefly before dispersing into the ambient illumination of the room. Professor Blackwood accompanies you to the door that leads to the spiral staircase, pausing at the threshold. "Remember," she says, her blue eyes holding yours with characteristic intensity, "the quiet enchantments work precisely as their name suggests, not through dramatic demonstration, but through consistent attention to the subtle patterns that underlie
all magical reality. Trust what you perceive, practice what you've learned, and allow the connection we've established to develop according to its own natural rhythm." You nod, clutching the Nexus Journal to your chest, feeling simultaneously humbled by the tradition you've entered and expanded by the possibilities it represents. "Thank you, Professor," you say, simply, knowing that these ordinary words cannot fully convey your gratitude for the extraordinary gift of perception she has helped you develop. She inclines her head slightly, acknowledging both what is said and what remains beyond expression. "Until we meet again," she says, the phrase carrying layers of meaning in this place where time operates by different rules than in the world below. As you descend the spiral staircase for the final time this term, the familiar blue light guiding your steps, you're aware of the Ravenclaw Tower, both as the physical structure you've known throughout your years at Hogwarts and as something more, a nexus of patterns that has existed for a millennium, connecting generations of students to a tradition of magical understanding that flows beneath the surface of formal education like an underground river, hidden but vital. The archway at the bottom of the stairs deposits you once more in the now empty Ravenclaw common room, the statue of the house's founder watching with her enigmatic smile as you emerge from a doorway that slowly fades back into solid wall. But even as the physical entrance disappears, you remain conscious of the connection that now extends beyond visible structures, a thread of perception
and understanding that links you to the observatory and its quiet magic, regardless of physical proximity. Outside the tall windows, night has fully claimed the sky, stars wheeling in their ancient patterns above the sleeping castle. Tomorrow brings the farewell feast, the packing of trunks, the journey home on the Hogwarts Express. But as you make your way toward your dormitory, the Nexus journal tucked safely inside your robes, you carry with you something that neither distance nor time can diminish. A developing awareness of the quiet enchantments that flow through all, magical reality and your own emerging capacity to work with them directly. In the peaceful darkness of Ravenclaw Tower, as other students dream of summer plans or fret about examination results, you drift towards sleep with the certainty that your education has expanded far beyond the conventional curriculum. The quiet enchantments have revealed themselves to you, and through their subtle magic, you've begun to perceive the world as Rowena Ravenclaw herself might have seen it, not as separate subjects to be mastered, but as an integrated pattern of meaning to be recognized, appreciated, and consciously engaged. The observatory may be hidden behind invisible doors, its caretakers may exist in states that challenge ordinary understanding of life and death, its magic may operate beyond the bounds of standard spellcasting, but the reality it represents is neither esoteric nor removed from practical experience. It is, rather, the foundation upon which all other magic rests, the patterns of connection and relationship that make possible every charm, every transfiguration, every potion and prophecy. And now, through the quiet miracle of recognition, those patterns have begun to reveal themselves to you, opening a path of magical understanding that will continue to unfold long after tomorrow's departure from the castle walls. The Great Hall of Hogwarts Castle has witnessed centuries of magical feasts, from the elaborate welcoming banquets that greet students each September to the magnificent Christmas celebrations that transform the vast space into a wonderland of enchanted decorations. But perhaps the most magical moments occur not during these grand occasions, but in the quieter times between, when the hall stands nearly empty, its enchanted ceiling reflecting the weather outside, its massive fireplaces crackling with flames that cast long shadows across ancient stones. On this particular December evening, just 2 days before most students will depart for the Christmas holidays, a heavy snow falls beyond the castle walls. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall shows thick flakes drifting through a darkening sky, though no cold reaches the students gathered below. Only a handful remain at this late hour. Dinner concluded hours ago, and most have retreated to common rooms to pack or finish last-minute assignments before the break. You sit alone at the end of a house table, surrounded by textbooks and parchment, trying to complete an essay for potions that you've been procrastinating on for days. The Great Hall offers more space to spread out your materials than the crowded common room, and something about its peaceful emptiness helps you focus. The scratch of your quill against parchment mingles with the soft crackling of fires and the distant howl of wind against the castle's ancient windows. You're so absorbed in your work that you don't immediately notice Professor McGonagall's entrance through a side door. She pauses just inside the hall, surveying the few scattered students with a thoughtful expression before approaching your table. Her footsteps echo slightly in the cavernous space. "Still working at this hour?" she asks, her Scottish accent more pronounced than usual, perhaps due to the lateness of the day. "Most of your classmates gave up their studies for hot chocolate and games hours ago." You look up, slightly startled by the interruption. "I need to finish this essay before holiday, Professor. It's due our first day back." McGonagall's expression softens almost imperceptibly. Admirable dedication. However, I've come to inform all remaining students that the Great Hall will be closing early tonight. The house elves need to prepare the space for tomorrow's pre-holiday breakfast. You glance at your half-finished essay with dismay, calculating how much longer it will take to complete and whether the crowded, noisy common room will allow for any productive work. Something in your expression must communicate this concern, because McGonagall continues in a slightly gentler tone. There is, however, an alternative space available for students who wish to continue studying this evening. This catches your attention. Where, Professor? The Winter Hearth Room, she says, as if naming something you should recognize, though you've never heard the term before in all your years at Hogwarts. It's opened for the season on the 4th floor, East Corridor. Follow the holly garlands. You
Can't miss it. She glances at the other few students scattered throughout the hall. I'll be informing the others as well. You have 15 minutes to gather your things before the house elves begin their work.
With that, she moves on to the next occupied table, leaving you to hurriedly collect your books, parchment, ink, and quills. The Winter Hearth Room. In all your time at Hogwarts, through countless explorations of the castle's corridors and hidden spaces, you've never encountered a room by that name. But then, Hogwarts has always had a way of revealing new secrets just when you think you've discovered all it has to offer. 15 minutes later, your bag laden with study materials, you find yourself on the 4th floor, following a corridor you've walked hundreds of times before. Tonight, however, something is different. Thick garlands of holly and ivy adorn the walls, interspersed with softly glowing orbs that might be enchanted lanterns or perhaps a variety of magical fruit. The decorations become more elaborate as you progress, until you reach a section of the corridor you could swear has never existed before, a short passage ending in a pair of large wooden doors entwined with evergreen branches and studded with what appear to be actual silver bells that chime softly as you approach. Above the doors, elegant script appears in glowing letters. The Winter Hearth. Enter and be warmed. Curious and slightly cautious, Hogwarts' magical spaces can sometimes be unpredictable. You push open one of the heavy doors and step inside. The room that greets you is nothing like what you expected. Rather than another studious space like the library or an empty classroom repurposed for holiday overflow, you've entered what appears to be an enormous, rustic, great room of a mountain lodge. Massive wooden beams support a high ceiling from which hang chandeliers made of antlers and hundreds of twinkling lights. The walls are constructed of rounded logs, giving the impression of a cabin despite the room's considerable size. Wide windows reveal the snowstorm raging outside, flakes swirling dramatically against the darkened glass, though no cold penetrates the cozy interior. The centerpiece of the room is a stonework fireplace of staggering proportions, easily 15 feet wide and reaching nearly to the ceiling. Within it burns a fire large enough to roast an entire ox, its flames dancing in hues of orange, gold, and occasionally a magical blue that casts an ethereal light across the space. The hearth extends outward several feet, surrounded by a semicircle of comfortable-looking furniture, overstuffed armchairs, plush sofas, and chaise lounges, all arranged to maximize both the warmth of the fire and the sociability of the seating arrangement. Around the perimeter of the room, smaller groupings of furniture create more intimate spaces. Tables suitable for studying or playing games, window seats piled with cushions, even a few hammock-like swinging chairs suspended from the ceiling beams. Everywhere are touches of winter comfort. Thick woolen blankets draped over the backs of chairs, steaming mugs on side tables, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla hanging in the air. The room is occupied by perhaps 20 students from various houses, some studying alone or in small groups, others engaged in quiet conversations or games of wizard chess. Near the massive fireplace, a house elf moves from chair to chair, offering a tray of what appears to be hot chocolate, topped with floating marshmallows that change color as they melt. As you stand in the doorway, taking in this unexpected haven, a familiar voice calls your name. You turn to see Hannah Abbott, a Hufflepuff in your year, waving from a table near one of the snow-framed windows. You've worked with her occasionally in herbology, finding her to be a competent, if somewhat shy, partner. "Over here," she calls. "There's plenty of room if you're looking to study." Grateful for the invitation in this unfamiliar space, you make your way to her table, weaving between clusters of comfortable furniture and groups of students. Up close, you see that Hannah has claimed a large oak table with enough space for several people to work comfortably, though she's currently its only occupant. "I've never seen this room before," you say as you set down your heavy bag of books and parchment. "Has it always been here?" Hannah shakes her head, her blonde plaits swinging with the movement. "It only appears during the week before Christmas. Holidays. Professor Sprout told me about it last year when I was staying at Hogwarts over break. It's called the Winter Hearth Room." "But what is it for?" you ask, glancing around at the unusually comfortable furnishings and decidedly non-academic.
Atmosphere. Professor Sprout said it was created by Helga Hufflepuff, actually. Hannah explains, a hint of house pride in her voice.
She believed that the darkest, coldest days of winter called for a special kind of magic, the magic of warmth and companionship. So she created this space where students from all houses could gather in comfort during the winter season. Gestures toward groups of students from different houses mingling together in a way rarely seen in the Great Hall or other common areas. It only appears when the first major snowstorm of winter coincides with the waxing moon in December. Some
years it doesn't manifest at all.
This explains why you've never encountered it before. The specific combination of conditions must be relatively rare. As you settle into a chair opposite Hannah, you notice that despite the room's size and the number of people present, the acoustics are somehow perfect. You can hear her clearly without her having to raise her voice, yet conversations at other tables remain private, just a gentle murmur in the background. "Is it all right if I work on my potions essay?" you ask, already pulling out your materials. "Professor McGonagall said we could continue studying here." "Of course," Hannah says with a smile. "That's what I'm doing too, herbology diagrams." She indicates her own parchment, covered with detailed illustrations of what appear to be frost-resistant magical plants. The winter hearth is for whatever. You need it to be studying, socializing, or just sitting by the fire and enjoying the quiet. You organize your materials and attempt to return to the paragraph where you left off in the Great Hall. The table proves to be the perfect height for writing, the chair exactly the right firmness to support good posture without becoming uncomfortable. Even the lighting is ideal, warm enough to create a cozy atmosphere, but bright enough to read without strain. You've just begun to regain your concentration when a gentle chiming sounds throughout the room, like tiny silver bells. The house elf you noticed earlier now stands in the center of the space beside a cart that wasn't there moments ago. The cart holds an enormous copper pot, steam rising from its contents, and racks of mugs in various sizes and colors. "Hot chocolate is served," announces the house elf in a surprisingly melodious voice. "All are welcome to partake of the winter hearth's special brew." Students begin to rise from their seats, forming a casual line before the cart. Hannah looks at you questioningly. "Coming? The hot chocolate here is legendary. They say Helga Hufflepuff herself created the recipe. Your essay calls for attention, but the aroma wafting from the copper pot is irresistible. Rich chocolate with hints of other spices you can't quite identify. Just a quick cup. you decide, setting down your quill. As you join the line with Hannah, you notice that the students ahead receive not just any hot chocolate, but seemingly personalized variations. The house elf asks each person a quiet question before preparing their cup, adding different combinations of ingredients from small jars and bottles arranged on the cart. When it's your turn, the house elf, who introduces himself as Kipsy, regards you with bright, intelligent eyes. "What warms you best on a winter's night?" he asks, his voice carrying the slight squeakiness characteristic of his kind, but with a formal dignity that suggests he takes this role very seriously. The question catches you off guard. You'd expected to be asked about marshmallows or perhaps whether you prefer dark or milk chocolate. "I'm not sure what you mean," you admit. Kipsy smiles patiently. Some are warmed by memories of home, others by thoughts of adventure. Some find comfort in familiar flavors, others in new discoveries. The winter hearth chocolate adapts to what each heart most needs during the dark days. Understanding now, you consider the question more carefully. What does warm you during winter's chill? After a moment's reflection, you answer truthfully, sharing a brief memory of winter evenings from your childhood that always brought you comfort. Kipsy nods as if your answer confirms something he already suspected. With surprising artistry, he ladles rich chocolate into a deep mug, then adds precise amounts from several of his mysterious ingredients. A sprinkle of something that glitters like crushed stars, 3 drops from a tiny blue bottle.
A swirl of what appears to be golden honey.
He stirs the concoction with a carved wooden wand, murmuring what might be a spell, or perhaps just a house elf's traditional preparation rhyme. "For remembering what matters," he says as he hands you the finished creation, the mug warm against your palms. You thank him and follow Hannah back to your table, inhaling the steam that rises from your personalized drink. The scent alone evokes precisely the comfort you described to Kipsy, as if the aroma itself carries embedded memories. The first sip confirms the magic at work. The hot chocolate tastes like liquid comfort, rich and complex, sweet but not cloying, with subtle notes that remind you exactly of the winter evenings you mentioned. More remarkably, the warmth that spreads through you isn't just physical but emotional, a sense of security and belonging that makes the howling storm outside feel distant and unimportant. "Incredible, isn't it?" Hannah says, noticing your expression.
As you savor the drink. "Mine always tastes like the hot chocolate my grandmother made when I visited her cottage in the countryside."
No matter how many times I've tried to recreate her recipe at home, I can never get it quite right. But here, it's perfect. She takes another appreciative sip from her own mug. "What does yours taste like?" You describe the specific flavors and the memories they evoke, surprised at how easily you share something personal with someone who has been, until now, little more than a casual acquaintance. There's something about the winter hearth room that seems to encourage this kind of gentle openness. As you continue sipping your magical hot chocolate, the atmosphere of the room works its subtle enchantment. The stress of the unfinished essay begins to recede, replaced by a calm focus that actually makes the work seem more approachable. When you finally return to your parchment, ideas flow more easily, connections between concepts clarify in your mind, and the arguments you've been struggling to articulate suddenly seem obvious. You and Hannah work in companionable silence for a while, the scratch of quills and occasional sip of hot chocolate punctuating the quiet at your table. Around you, the winter hearth room continues its gentle hum of activity. A group of third years laughs softly over a game of exploding snap, modified to make quiet pops rather than bangs. 2 seventh years discuss career plans by the window, their breath occasionally fogging the glass. A solitary Ravenclaw reads in one of the hanging chairs, slowly rotating in lazy circles as she turns the pages of a massive tome. The door opens, occasionally admitting new students who display the same wondering expression you must have shown upon first entering. Each is welcomed, directed to whatever space best suits their needs, eventually offered Kipsy's magical hot chocolate. Despite the room's growing population, it never feels crowded or noisy. Indeed, the space itself seems to expand subtly to accommodate newcomers, additional seating arrangements appearing in corners that seemed empty moments before. As evening deepens toward night, you make surprising progress on your essay, the ideas connecting more naturally than they had in the Great Hall. Hannah completes her herbology diagrams and moves on to a charms assignment, occasionally asking your opinion on a particular spell theory or offering helpful suggestions when she notices you consulting a potions reference she's familiar with. What began as a forced relocation due to the Great Hall's early closure has transformed into one of the most productive and simultaneously peaceful study sessions you've experienced at Hogwarts. The Winter Hearth Room seems to create the perfect balance of comfort and focus, community and individual space. The magical ambiance somehow enhancing, rather than distracting, from academic pursuits as the large grandfather clock near the entrance chimes 9 times. Kipsy reappears in the center of the room, this time accompanied by 2 other house elves pushing carts laden with covered silver platters. Evening refreshments are served, he announces with the same ceremonial dignity. All are welcome. The platters prove to contain an assortment of winter treats, warm scones with clotted cream and raspberry preserves, miniature mince pies still steaming from the oven, slices of gingerbread cake topped with crystallized pears, tiny sandwiches, filled with holiday combinations like turkey and cranberry or cucumber with mint butter. You and Hannah take a well-deserved break from your studies, selecting a variety of offerings to share between you. The food, like the hot chocolate, seems specifically designed to comfort and sustain during winter's dark evenings, hearty enough to satisfy, light enough not to induce sleepiness when there's still work to be done. I can't believe I never knew about this place before, you say, savoring a bite of perfectly spiced gingerbread. It would have made December study sessions so much more bearable in previous years. That's part of the magic, I think, Hannah replies thoughtfully. It appears when it's most needed, not necessarily when it's most convenient. Professor Sprout says some students go their entire 7 years without ever experiencing it, while others might find it multiple times if the conditions are right. She brushes crumbs from her fingers. Makes it special, doesn't it? Knowing it won't necessarily be here tomorrow, or even next year. This perspective, appreciating the ephemeral nature of the experience rather than lamenting its inconsistent availability, strikes you as particularly wise. It's the kind of quiet insight you might not have expected from Hannah based on your limited previous interactions, a reminder not to underestimate those you don't know well. As you continue your conversation over the delicious refreshments, you discover other unexpected depths to your herbology partner. She speaks knowledgeably about magical plant breeding programs her family is involved with, reveals a dry sense of humor that rarely emerges in classroom settings, and shares thoughtful perspectives on house relations at Hogwarts. By the time you return to your respective assignments, something has shifted, the casual acquaintanceship deepening toward genuine friendship in the welcoming atmosphere of the Winter Hearth. The magical room continues its gentle work around you, creating spaces for exactly the kinds of connections and comforts most needed during the dark days of winter. And as the snow falls ever thicker beyond the windows, the hearth fire burns warm and bright, a beacon of belonging in the cold
December night.
Over the next 2 days, the Winter Hearth Room becomes your preferred location for both studying and socializing as the term winds toward its conclusion. The space proves to be consistent in its existence, but variable in its details. Each time you enter, the basic layout remains familiar, but small elements change to accommodate the specific needs of those present. On your second visit, you arrive to find that the table you shared with Hannah has expanded slightly and acquired a built-in bookshelf stocked with reference texts relevant to your potions essay. That evening, more students discover the room's existence, and the seating arrangements shift to create additional conversation areas while maintaining quiet study corners for those still working on assignments. By your third visit, the afternoons before the official start of holidays, the winter hearth has transformed into something more celebratory. Festive garlands now drape the massive wooden beams overhead, the enchanted lights twinkling with greater intensity. The house elves' refreshment offerings have expanded to include traditional holiday treats from various cultures, reflecting the diverse backgrounds of Hogwarts' student population. Your growing friendship with Hannah Abbott continues to flourish in this environment. She introduces you to her close friend, Susan Bones, another Hufflepuff with a quiet demeanor but sharp intelligence. You, in turn, bring along a couple of friends from your own house, creating a small inter-house study group that quickly discovers the benefits of combining different perspectives on magical theory and practice. It's during this third visit, as you put the finishing touches on your now complete potions essay, that you notice something unusual about the massive fireplace that dominates the room. While working through a particularly challenging conclusion paragraph, you glance up to rest your eyes and find yourself studying the intricate stonework surrounding the hearth. What initially appeared to be merely decorative carvings reveal themselves, upon closer inspection, to be an elaborate sequence of runes and symbols. They encircle the entire fireplace, starting at floor level on one side, rising up and across the mantelpiece, and descending to the floor on the opposite side. Unlike the standard runes taught in Ancient Runes class, these have a more archaic quality, with flourishes and connections between characters that suggest a specialized magical language. Your curiosity piqued, you mention the observation to Hannah, who looks up from her own nearly completed assignment. "I never noticed those before," she says, squinting toward the fireplace. "But then again, I'm not taking ancient runes. Can you read what they say?" You shake your head. "Not exactly. I recognize some elements, but the style is unusual, older than what Professor Babbling teaches us, I think, and possibly specific to hearth magic." Susan Bones, who has been quietly working on transfiguration problems nearby, joins the conversation. "Hearth magic is one of the oldest forms of domestic enchantment," she offers. "My aunt told me it was common practice before standardized spells became the norm, less flashy than wand work, but very stable and enduring. This information adds to the mystery rather than resolving it. What purpose do ancient hearth magic runes serve in this already magical room? Is it merely decorative, a nod to magical history, or something more functional?" As if responding to your unspoken questions, Kipsy appears beside your table, balancing a fresh tray of hot chocolate. "Young scholars have noticed the hearth script," he observes, his large eyes glinting with what might be approval. "Very observant. Most never see beyond the comfort to the source that creates it." "What does it
Say, Kipsy?
Hannah asks, accepting a refilled mug of her grandmother's hot chocolate from the house elf. Kipsy arranges the remaining mugs before each of you, then stands back, his expression turning solemn. The hearth script tells the story of the room's creation and purpose. Madame Hufflepuff wrote it herself, embedding her intentions directly into the stonework. His voice takes on a rhythmic quality, as if reciting something memorized long ago. When winter darkens shortest days and cold seeps deep through castle stone, Let warmth and friendship light the way, that none may face the dark alone. By hearth fires, glow and chocolates cheer, by comfort shared among these walls, the bonds of house shall disappear, as warmth of heart unites us all. The simple verse carries a surprising emotional weight when spoken in the house elf's earnest voice, especially within the room it describes. You glance around at the diverse groups of students conversing, studying, and relaxing together. House, affiliations temporarily forgotten in this unique space. It's not just a poem, Susan says thoughtfully. It's an actual enchantment, isn't it? The words themselves are part of the magic that creates this environment. Kipsy nods, clearly pleased by her understanding. The hearth script is both description and creation. Madam Hufflepuff believed that naming a thing properly was half of bringing it into being. He gestures toward the fire, which burns with occasional flickers of blue and gold among the normal orange flames. The other half is intention made manifest through proper magical channels. Hannah looks impressed. So Helga Hufflepuff created this entire experience through those carved words and her magical intention. That's incredible. Not entirely alone, Kipsy corrects gently. The other founders contributed their own gifts to the winter hearth. Madame Ravenclaw designed the space to adapt intelligently to visitors' needs. Master Gryffindor provided the enchantment that allows the hearth fire to warm both body and spirit.
Master Slytherin. Here, Kipsy pauses, his expression becoming more complex. Master Slytherin created the room's unique property of appearing only when specific conditions align, ensuring its magic would never be diluted through commonplace
access. This revelation that the Winter Hearth represents a collaborative project among all four founders adds another layer of significance to the space. Most Hogwarts traditions emphasize the differences between the houses and their founders, but here is tangible evidence of their cooperative magic, still functioning perfectly after 1,000 years. But why isn't it mentioned in Hogwarts, a history, you ask, thinking of the comprehensive volume that details so many of the castle's magical features? Something this special created by all four founders should be famous. Kipsy's ears droop slightly. Some magics are best preserved through direct experience rather than written record. The Winter Hearth was never intended to be sought out deliberately, only found when truly needed, appreciated for its brief appearance, then remembered with gratitude. He straightens, his professional demeanor returning. Now, your chocolate grows cold while we speak of ancient things. Enjoy while it lasts. Tomorrow, many students depart for holidays. With that gentle reminder, Kipsy moves on to serve other tables, leaving your small group to contemplate what you've learned about the magical space you've been enjoying. It makes sense, really, Susan says after a thoughtful sip of her hot chocolate. The room embodies values from all four houses: Hufflepuff's emphasis on community and comfort, Ravenclaw's intelligent adaptation, Gryffindor's warming courage, and Slytherin's appreciation for rarity and perfect timing. Hannah nods in agreement. It's like the founders knew students would need occasional reminders that house differences can be complementary rather than divisive, especially during winter when everyone's tired and tensions run higher. The conversation might have continued in this philosophical vein, but at that moment, the door to the Winter Hearth opens, admitting an unexpected figure. Professor Flitwick, dressed not in his usual teaching robes, but in a comfortable-looking ensemble of blue and bronze, complete with a winter scarf despite the room's warmth. The tiny charms professor surveys the space with evident delight, nodding approvingly at what he sees. Students greet him with varying degrees of surprise. Teachers rarely enter this student-dominated space, apparently. but he waves cheerfully in response, making his way toward Kipsy and the hot chocolate cart. Professor Flitwick is probably the teacher I'd most expect to appreciate this place, Hannah comments, watching as the head of Ravenclaw engages in animated conversation with the house elf. He always seems to understand the importance of both learning and well-being. Susan agrees. My cousin had him for career counselling last year and said he was brilliant. Talked as much about finding work that brings personal fulfillment as about owl requirements and job prospects. To your surprise, after receiving his own mug of magical hot chocolate, Professor Flitwick begins making his way toward your table. He navigates between comfortable chairs and studying students with practiced ease, his short stature no impediment to his dignified progress. Good afternoon, he greets your group cheerfully upon arrival. Making good use of the winter hearth, I see. Might I join you briefly? I've been meaning to discuss something with students who've discovered this remarkable space. You all make welcoming gestures, quickly rearranging papers to create room for the professor. He climbs nimbly onto a chair that seems to raise itself slightly to accommodate his height, setting his steaming mug carefully beside him. Ah, perfect, he says with satisfaction after taking his first sip. Kipsy never forgets. Cinnamon, vanilla,
and just a hint of orange blossom, exactly as my mother used to make. He savors another sip before continuing. Now then, I understand from Kipsy that you've been asking about the hearth script and the room's origins.
This direct reference to your recent conversation suggests that Kipsy communicated your interest to the professor, perhaps indicating a more formal connection between faculty and the winter hearth than you'd realized. We were just learning about how all 4 founders contributed to creating this place, Hannah explains. It seems like the kind of important magical history that should be better known. Professor Flitwick nods understanding. A natural sentiment, especially for those who value knowledge and historical significance. However, he leans forward slightly, his expression becoming more serious. There are good reasons why the winter hearth maintains a certain, let's call it a dignified obscurity, because it's meant to be found by need rather than intention, you suggest, recalling Kipsy's explanation. Precisely, Flitwick beams approval. 5 points to your house for that insight. The winter hearth operates on principles of responsive magic rather than deterministic enchantment. Its appearance correlates not just with the physical conditions Kipsy mentioned, the snowstorm, the waxing moon in December, but with a more subtle requirement, the collective need for what it offers. Susan Bones looks intrigued. You mean the castle somehow senses when students need this kind of space and activates the enchantment accordingly? That's not far off, Miss Bones. Hogwarts has always possessed a certain sentience, not consciousness as we understand it, but a responsive magical awareness that has grown more nuanced over centuries of housing young witches and wizards. Gestures around the comfortable room. The winter hearth represents one of the most sophisticated expressions of this responsiveness, calibrated to appear when the emotional climate of the student body would most benefit from its particular magic. This explanation aligns with what you've experienced. The room's perfect timing, appearing during the stressful period before holidays when darkness comes early and academic pressures peak, but it raises further questions as well. Are there other spaces like this, you ask? Rooms that appear only under specific conditions to meet particular needs? Professor Flitwick's eyes twinkle. Hogwarts contains many wonders, and not all are listed in official texts or marked on standard maps. Part of the castle's magic is its ability to surprise even those who have walked its corridors for decades. He takes another sip of his hot chocolate, clearly enjoying both the beverage and the conversation. But to answer your specific question, yes, there are other responsive spaces, though few operate on quite the same principles as the winter hearth. He glances toward the massive fireplace where blue flames occasionally dance among the orange. What makes this room particularly special is its collaborative creation. The founders disagreed on many things, as you well know, but in the winter hearth, they found perfect harmony of purpose. Its magic has endured unblemished for a millennium because it represents not a compromise between different visions, but a genuine synthesis, the best of 4 different magical approaches working in concert. Hannah looks thoughtful. So it's a physical reminder that the houses can be stronger together than separate. Indeed, Miss Abbott. 5 points to Hufflepuff as well. Flitwick's expression grows momentarily wistful, a reminder sometimes needed by students and faculty alike, particularly in difficult times. A comfortable silence falls as everyone absorbs this perspective. The fire crackles gently in its massive hearth. Students from different houses continue their varied activities throughout the room, and outside the windows, snow falls steadily in the early winter darkness. The winter hearth performs its quiet magic around you, creating a momentary haven of warmth and connection in the cold December evening. Professor Flitwick finishes his hot chocolate and carefully sets down the empty mug. Well, I should continue my rounds. The term may be ending, but a head of house's work is never complete. He slides down from his chair with characteristic agility. Enjoy the winter hearth while it lasts. Its appearances are never guaranteed, which makes the experience all the more precious when it occurs. As he moves away to speak with other groups of students, you return to your now complete potions essay with a deeper appreciation for the space where you've been working. What initially seemed simply a comfortable alternative to the library or common room has revealed itself as something far more significant, a rare manifestation of the founders' united vision, preserved through centuries by magic specifically designed to create warmth and connection during winter's darkest days. The knowledge adds a subtle richness to your experience of the room, making you notice details you might otherwise have overlooked. How the arrangements of furniture naturally encourage interaction across house lines. How the magical hot chocolate provides not just physical warmth, but emotional comfort tailored to individual needs. How the massive hearth fire seems to reach beyond physical heat to warm something deeper within those gathered around it. As you carefully roll up your finished essay and store it safely in your bag, you realize that you've gained something more
valuable than just completed homework during these days in the winter hearth.
The boundaries between mere acquaintanceship and true friendship have softened, just as the divisions between houses fade within these walls. What began as a simple relocation from the Great Hall has become a meaningful chapter in your Hogwarts experience, one that will remain warm in memory long after the magical room disappears with the changing conditions of season and moon. The next day marks the official start of holidays, and Hogwarts transforms accordingly. Trunks line the entrance hall awaiting transport to Hogsmeade Station. Students exchange gifts and farewells in corridors and common rooms, and an atmosphere of barely contained excitement permeates the castle. For those departing, the morning is a rush of last-minute packing and rushed goodbyes. For those staying, there's a strange mixture of anticipation for the quieter days ahead and the faint melancholy of watching friends leave. You're among those, remaining at Hogwarts this year, family circumstances having made it more practical to stay at school than return home. After waving off departing friends as they board the carriages bound for Hogsmeade Station, you find yourself at something of a loose end. With classes concluded and most students gone, the castle feels suddenly vast and quiet, its familiar spaces transformed by emptiness. Almost without conscious decision, your feet carry you toward the 4th floor's east corridor. You're not certain the winter hearth room will still be accessible, Professor Flitwick's comments suggested its appearances are unpredictable, but something draws you back to the space that has provided such comfort over the past few days. 2. Your delight. The holly garlands still adorn the walls, leading to the large wooden doors with their silver bells. When you push them open, the winter hearth welcomes you with its warm glow and crackling fire, though the space has transformed once again to reflect the changed circumstances. The room appears smaller today, more intimate without sacrificing its essential grandeur. The massive fireplace remains the central feature, but the seating has rearranged into closer groupings, creating a sense of cozy gathering rather than the more dispersed arrangements of previous days. The number of tables has decreased, while the comfort of remaining furnishings seems to have increased. Chairs look plumper, blankets thicker, cushions more inviting. Only a handful of students occupy the space, all of those who chose to remain at Hogwarts for the holidays apparently having found their way here. You spot Hannah and Susan at a small table near one of the snow-framed windows, engaged in what appears to be a game of wizard chess with unusually ornate pieces. They wave when they notice your arrival, gesturing for you to join them. "We weren't sure it would still be here," Hannah says as you settle into a comfortable chair beside their table. "But Kipsy told us yesterday that the winter hearth typically remains accessible throughout the holidays for students staying at school." "It makes sense," Susan adds, contemplating her next move on the chessboard. "This is probably when its particular magic is most needed, when the castle is emptier and winter nights are longest." You watch as Susan's knight gallops dramatically across the board to capture Hannah's bishop, the chess piece performing an elaborate series of moves that suggest this set has particularly advanced animation charms. "Special chess set?" you inquire, noticing other unusual features. The pieces appear to be carved from some material that glows softly from within, illuminating the board with gentle radiance. "Winter hearth chess," Hannah explains. "Kipsy brought it over this morning. The pieces are carved from enchanted ice that never melts, and apparently they've been taught new moves every December for the past few centuries. They're quite chatty too." As if on cue, the captured bishop rises from the side of the board where defeated pieces rest. An entirely predictable outcome when one neglects diagonal vulnerabilities. It sniffs in a tiny but distinct voice. "I advised caution 3 moves ago, but does anyone listen to the ecclesiastical perspective? Rarely in chess and rarely in life." You laugh at the piece's indignant commentary, and Hannah rolls her eyes good-naturedly. "They all have opinions. The queen's are particularly bossy. Mine keeps suggesting I sacrifice my knights, which seems and tactically questionable and morally suspect." A successful queen recognizes that authority requires difficult decisions, remarks Hannah's white queen, without looking up from her position on the board. Sentimentality is the enemy of strategic victory. This philosophical chess set provides entertainment for the better part of an hour as you watch Hannah and Susan battle to a hard-fought draw, the pieces becoming increasingly dramatic in both their movements and commentary as the game progresses. When they finally return the set to Kipsy, who promises to circulate it among other students throughout the day, the 3 of you settle into a conversation that drifts comfortably between topics: plans for the holiday period, favorite Christmas, tradition subjects you're looking forward to next term. The casual friendship that began during study sessions deepens through this unhurried exchange, revealing more of each person's character and background. You learn that Hannah lives on a small magical farm where her family cultivates both mundane and magical herbs for potion suppliers and herbologists across Britain. Susan's family history includes several prominent members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, creating expectations that she finds simultaneously inspiring and intimidating. Both listen with genuine interest as you share your own family circumstances, and the path that led to remaining at Hogwarts this holiday season. As noon approaches, Kipsy and the other house elves appear with lunch, a hearty winter stew served in bread bowls accompanied by various side dishes and, of course, more of the magical hot chocolate that has become synonymous with the winter hearth experience. The food, like everything else in this space, seems perfectly suited to the season and circumstances, warming, nourishing, and somehow creating a sense of festive occasion despite its relative simplicity. After lunch, other holiday remaining, students drift toward your group, drawn by the laughter and comfortable atmosphere. A quiet Ravenclaw boy named Edward joins your conversation, followed by twin second-year Gryffindors whose names you learn are Flora and Fauna. Our parents have an unfortunate fondness for botanical themes, Flora explains with resignation. A Slytherin 7th year whom you recognize but have never spoken with introduces himself as Darius, initially maintaining a slight distance but gradually relaxing as the afternoon progresses. Someone suggests a game, and soon Kipsy is providing an unfamiliar boxed set labeled Celestial Charades, a magical variation of the Muggle party game where constellations, rather than words or phrases, must be acted out, with enchanted stars appearing above the performer's head to create the pattern they're attempting to portray. The game proves hilariously challenging, with Edward revealing unexpected talent for physical comedy as he contorts himself trying to represent Cassiopeia, and the typically reserved Susan dissolving into giggles during her attempt at Canis Major. Even Darius, initially reluctant to participate, earns enthusiastic applause for his dignified but effective portrayal of Draco the Dragon. As afternoon transitions to evening, Professor McGonagall makes a brief appearance to ensure all is well with the holiday remaining students. She surveys the scene with what appears to be approval, declining Kipsy's offer of hot chocolate. I'll return for that pleasure another time, but taking a moment to compliment the house elf on the room's successful adaptation to holiday needs. The winter hearth serves its purpose admirably, she says, her Scottish accent particularly pronounced. Helga would be pleased to see her creation continuing its work so effectively after all these centuries. After McGonagall's departure, Kipsy approaches your now expanded group with an air of ceremonial importance. The winter hearth tradition includes special activities for those remaining during holidays, he announces. Tonight, if young witches and wizards are willing, we observe the telling of winter tales. This tradition is unfamiliar to everyone present, but the prospect intrigues you all. Under Kipsy's direction, the furniture in your section of the room rearranges itself into a perfect circle centered on the massive hearth, with the fire burning lower and bluer than before, creating an almost mystical atmosphere. The house elves distribute blankets and special mugs of hot chocolate, this variant thicker and darker than the usual offering, with what tastes like a hint of peppermint and perhaps a touch of some magical ingredient that makes the flavors seem to shift and change with each sip. The Winter Tales tradition comes from oldest days of wizard gatherings, Kipsy explains once everyone is comfortably settled. When darkness grows longest, stories connect us to those who came before and those who will come after. Each person shares a tale, something true from their own experience, something passed down through family, or something imagined that speaks truth nonetheless. The circle remains quiet for a moment, everyone slightly hesitant to be the first to speak. Then Hannah, with characteristic Hufflepuff willingness to make others comfortable by beginning herself, clears her throat and starts a story about her grandmother's enchanted garden where plants bloomed in winter only on the night of the winter solstice, producing flowers that granted visions of spring to those who breathed their fragrance. Her tale opens the floodgates, and one by one others contribute to the growing tapestry of winter narratives. Susan shares a suspenseful account of her aunt's pursuit of dark wizards through a blizzard in the Scottish Highlands. Edward offers a Ravenclaw legend about a hidden library that appears only when snow falls inside the castle due to a specific combination of magical circumstances. The Gryffindor twins take turns telling a humorous story of their first attempts at enchanting snowmen that resulted in an army of snow creatures with unexpectedly independent personalities. When your turn comes, you find yourself sharing a personal experience from childhood, a moment of accidental magic during a particularly lonely winter evening that created a miniature aurora borealis in your bedroom, dancing lights that somehow knew exactly the colors and patterns that would bring comfort. Darius, the last to speak, surprises everyone with a hauntingly beautiful Slytherin house tale about ambition tempered by wisdom, a story of an ancient witch who captured winter itself in a magical vessel only to release it voluntarily upon recognizing that seasons must change for life to flourish. As the final words of his tale fade into the crackling of the hearth fire, a strange and wonderful
Magic fills the room.
the flames shift completely to that ethereal blue that has occasionally flickered among the normal orange and gold, and tiny points of light rise from the fire like embers. Except these don't fade, but continue upward, expanding throughout the space above your heads. Within moments, the ceiling of the winter hearth appears to have vanished, replaced by a perfect recreation of the night sky with constellations far more brilliant and detailed than those visible through winter clouds outside. The ceiling of tales, Kipsy says softly, his large eyes reflecting the countless stars now illuminating the room. It appears when the circle of stories is complete and worthy. Each light represents a story told in this room throughout its long history, some from founders themselves, some from students across the centuries, all preserved in the winter hearth's memory. You gaze upward, overwhelmed by the thought that your own simple tale has now joined this vast collection, becoming part of a tradition that stretches back to Hogwarts' earliest days. The ceiling doesn't just show stars, but seems to contain moving patterns within the constellations, as if the stories themselves have taken celestial form, enacted in miniature by lights that might be stars or might be something else entirely, something unique to this magical place. The ceiling will remain until dawn, Kipsy explains, allowing time for contemplation of all tales, those newly shared and those long remembered. It is the winter hearth's greatest gift, the knowledge that our stories live beyond their telling, joining a greater narrative that connects all who have found warmth here during winter's darkest nights. The house elf's words carry a simple but profound wisdom that resonates deeply in the starlit quiet. No one seems inclined to break the peaceful silence that follows, each person absorbed in their own thoughts while simultaneously aware of belonging to this impromptu community, this brief gathering of those who remain when others have departed. As you sip the last of your ever-changing hot chocolate and watch the stories dance among the stars overhead, you feel a sense of connection that transcends the usual boundaries of house and year and background. The winter hearth has worked its gentle magic, creating bonds through shared experience that will likely extend beyond these walls into the everyday life of Hogwarts when term resumes in January. In this moment of warmth and belonging, with new friends beside you and ancient magic above, the long winter holiday ahead no longer seems a time to be endured, but a gift to be treasured. An unexpected opportunity for discoveries that might never have occurred in the usual rush of term time activities. The ceiling of tales continues its silent storytelling overhead, and the circle of students no longer. Strangers, but not yet fully known to each other, settles into comfortable companionship as the winter night deepens outside the enchanted windows of the winter hearth room. The days between Christmas and New Year's often possess a strange quality. Time seems to flow differently, neither bound by the strict schedule of regular term nor carrying the anticipatory excitement of the holiday itself. At Hogwarts, this liminal period becomes even more pronounced, with the castle half empty and routine largely suspended. For the small group that has formed within the winter hearth room, these days develop their own gentle rhythm. Mornings might find you gathering for breakfast in the Great Hall, the single table now set for the handful of remaining students and teachers, but afternoons and evenings invariably draw everyone back to the magical warmth of the winter hearth. The room continues its subtle adaptations to serve changing needs. When Edward mentions an interest in astronomical texts not found in the main library, a previously unnoticed bookshelf appears near his favorite chair, stocked with rare volumes on celestial magic. When the Gryffindor twins express a desire for more active entertainment during a particularly restless afternoon, a corner of the room transforms into a miniature ice skating rink, complete with enchanted skates that help maintain balance. Your friendship with Hannah and Susan deepens through these shared days, moving beyond the initial connections formed during pre-holiday studying. You learn about Hannah's secret ambition to develop new varieties of magical plants that could revolutionize certain potion ingredients, and Susan's complex feelings about potentially following her family's path into magical law enforcement when her own interests lean more toward historical research. In turn, you find yourself sharing thoughts and aspirations you've rarely voiced to others at Hogwarts, the specific areas of magic that most fascinate you, your uncertainties about future career paths, even some of the family complexities that influenced your decision to remain at school during holidays. Darius, the seventh-year Slytherin, gradually integrates into your group as well, his initial reserve giving way to dry humor and occasionally surprising insights. As the only new T-level student among you, he sometimes adopts a somewhat mentor-like role, offering guidance on subjects you'll encounter in coming years or perspectives on house dynamics from his longer experience at Hogwarts. Slytherin wasn't
Always so. He pauses, searching for the right word during one evening conversation. Isolated from the other houses, that's a relatively recent development and not one I particularly favor. It limits useful connections and creates unnecessary antagonism.
This pragmatic rather than idealistic view of inter-house cooperation seems characteristically Slytherin, but no less genuine for its practical foundation. Coming from a student whose house often keeps itself apart, the sentiment carries particular weight. On the evening before New Year's Eve, Kipsy announces another special winter hearth tradition, the Ceremony of Intentions. A practice more meaningful than ordinary resolutions, he explains, as the house elves distribute small scrolls of parchment and unusual quills that appear to be made from ice crystals. The winter hearth helps clarify what truly matters for the coming year. The process proves to be both simple and profound. Each person writes on their scroll not specific resolutions, those are too easily broken, Kipsy explains with house elf wisdom, when circumstances change or willpower wavers, but rather intentions, the qualities and values they wish to embody, the spirit with which they hope to meet the challenges and opportunities of the coming year. The ice crystal quills write in ink that shifts color according to the emotional resonance of the words being recorded, deepening to rich blue for authentic aspirations, fading to pale gray for intentions that might be admirable but don't truly connect with the writer's core values. The quill knows, Kipsy says simply when Susan expresses surprise at seeing her ink change color mid-sentence. It reflects what your deeper self already understands about what matters most to you. This magical feedback creates a uniquely introspective experience. You find yourself crossing out several lines that seemed appropriate, but registered as pale grey on the parchment, replacing them with intentions that feel more personally meaningful and register in vibrant blue. The process bypasses the superficial aspirations often associated with New Year's resolutions: lose weight, study more, be more organized, in favor of deeper reflections on how you wish to engage with your magical education, your relationships, your developing identity as a young witch or wizard. When everyone has completed their scrolls, Kipsy guides you through the next step of the ceremony. One by one, each person approaches the massive hearth, where the fire now burns with that distinctive blue flame that seems characteristic of the room's more magical moments. After reading your intentions aloud to the circle, a vulnerable act that creates surprising bonds through its shared sincerity, you touch the scroll to the flame. Rather than burning in the conventional sense, the parchment dissolves into particles
of golden light that rise with the heat of the fire, swirling upward to join the enchanted ceiling, which once again displays its magical representation of the night sky.
Each person's intentions form a unique constellation among the existing stars, a personal pattern that, according to Kipsy, will remain visible to that individual whenever they visit the winter hearth throughout the coming year, serving as a reminder of their deepest aspirations. The ceremony doesn't enforce intentions through magical binding, Kipsy explains, as the last golden particles, Darius's intentions, rise to form their pattern among the stars. That would violate the principle of choice that makes intentions meaningful. Instead, it creates a connection between your present commitment and your future self, a gentle reminder rather than a rigid constraint. The resulting ceiling is breathtaking, the natural constellations now interwoven with personal patterns unique to each participant, creating a celestial map of shared intentions that somehow remains individually legible despite its complexity. As you gaze upward at this magical representation of collective aspiration, something shifts in your awareness of the room itself. For the first time, you notice faint lines of golden light tracing patterns through the winter hearth's structure, connecting the hearth to the windows, the ceiling to the floor, the entrance to the furthest corner. These lines, nearly invisible, unless viewed from certain angles, appear to be a physical manifestation of the room's underlying magical architecture, the framework of enchantment that creates and sustains this extraordinary space. Hannah notices your distracted gaze. "What are you looking at?" she asks quietly, following your line of sight but clearly not seeing what has captured your attention. "There are patterns in the room," you try to explain, gesturing toward the golden lines. Like magical connections between different elements of the space.
"Can't you see them?" Hannah squints, looking more carefully, but shakes her head. "I don't see anything unusual, just the regular room." You glance around and realize that none of the others appear to notice the golden framework either. They continue
their conversations, occasionally looking up at their intention constellations, but showing no awareness of the complex magical structure that has suddenly become visible to you. Kipsy, however, observes your confused expression with evident interest. The house elf approaches silently, speaking in a lower voice than usual when he reaches your side. "You are seeing the hearth magic itself," he says, his large eyes regarding you with new respect. Very few can perceive the pattern lines without specific training or magical aids. "What does it mean that I can see them?" you ask, still tracing the intricate network of connections with your gaze, fascinated by how they pulse slightly with the rhythm of the hearth fire. Kipsy considers his response carefully. The winter hearth reveals its deeper aspects only to those with whom it has formed a particular resonance. Something in your nature, Your magic, or perhaps your specific needs at this time, has created alignment with the room's foundational enchantments. Before you can ask further questions, the house elf glances toward the massive grandfather clock near the entrance. It grows late, and tomorrow brings New Year's Eve celebrations. We should conclude tonight's ceremony with hot chocolate, yes? A special blend to honor intentions set and connections formed. This effectively shifts everyone's attention, and soon Kipsy and the other house elves are distributing elaborate mugs of hot chocolate unlike any previous version. This special ceremonial blend contains 7 distinct layers of different chocolates and complementary flavors, each representing an aspect of the coming year's potential. The enchanted beverage must be sipped in a specific pattern, starting from the top, moving to the bottom, then alternating in a sequence Kipsy demonstrates to create the perfect harmony of flavors. The complexity of this ritual hot chocolate and the concentration required to consume it properly distracts you temporarily from the golden pattern lines, though they remain visible in your peripheral vision. By the time you finish the elaborate beverage, leaving you with a sense of warmth and possibility unlike any ordinary hot chocolate could provide, the evening has grown late. Students begin to drift toward dormitories, carrying the glow of the ceremony with them into dreams. As you prepare to leave with Hannah and Susan, Kipsy approaches once more. Perhaps, he suggests quietly, you might return tomorrow morning before the New Year's preparations begin. There is something about the winter hearth that might interest one who can see its patterns. Intrigued by this cryptic invitation, you agree to come back in the morning, curious about what additional secrets this already remarkable room might hold. When you return to the winter hearth shortly after breakfast the next day, you find the space nearly empty. Most holiday remaining students are still sleeping late, enjoying the luxury of unstructured time before the evening's New Year celebration. Only Kipsy awaits you standing near the massive hearth with an air of quiet anticipation. You returned, he says with evident satisfaction. Good. The hearth site is rare and should be honored with understanding. He gestures for you to join him beside the fire, which burns with normal orange-gold flames this morning rather than the magical blue of ceremonial moments. As you approach, the golden pattern lines you noticed last night become visible again, more pronounced in the clear morning light filtering through the snow-framed windows. From this vantage point near the hearth, you can see how the patterns originate from the carved runes surrounding the fireplace, flowing outward to create the framework that supports the room's various enchantments. What you are seeing, Kipsy explains, his voice taking on a teaching quality you haven't heard before, is the foundational magic of the winter hearth, what house elves call the web of intention. It is the physical manifestation of the founder's combined magical purpose, preserved and strengthened over centuries of use. He points to specific junctions where multiple golden lines intersect. Each node represents a particular aspect of the room's function. Here, the magical adaptation to visitors' needs. There, the protection from external interruption. There, again, the enhancement of social bonds across house divisions. You study these intersections with growing fascination, recognizing how they correspond to effects you've experienced during your time in the winter hearth. The magical structure suddenly seems less mysterious, more comprehensible, not unlike seeing the plans for a building and understanding how its architectural elements support specific purposes. But why can I see this when others can't, you ask, still puzzled by this apparently rare ability? Kipsy's expression becomes thoughtful. There are several possibilities. Some wizards and witches naturally perceive magical structures where others see only effects. Others develop the ability through specific experiences that attune their awareness to particular kinds of enchantment. He studies you with those large, knowing eyes. Your participation in the ceremony of intentions may have temporarily enhanced natural potential. The ceremony often reveals aspects of oneself previously unrecognized. This explanation seems both reasonable and slightly unsatisfying, suggesting your ability might be a temporary phenomenon rather than a developing skill. But Kipsy continues, his tone shifting to something more significant. Those who see the hearth patterns are sometimes invited to contribute to them, he says, watching your reaction carefully. The winter hearth maintains its vitality through occasional renewal, new intentions woven into its original structure, strengthening and sometimes subtly evolving its magic for changing times. The implication gradually becomes clear. This is not merely an informational conversation, but potentially an invitation to participate in the room's magic in a more direct way than other visitors. What would contributing involve, you ask? Both. Honored by the possibility and cautious about magical processes you don't fully understand. Kipsy gestures toward the hearth fire. Simple yet profound. You would focus your intention, not a specific spell or enchantment, but the essence of what you believe the winter hearth should continue to provide for future students. While maintaining that focused, you would add 3 drops of the special ceremonial hot chocolate to the fire. Your magical signature, carried by your authentic intention, would then naturally integrate with the existing pattern, adding your thread to the tapestry. He must sense your hesitation, for he adds quickly, "There is no obligation. The winter hearth has endured for centuries without regular additions and will continue regardless. This is an opportunity, not a necessity, beneficial to both the room and the contributor, but entirely voluntary." The decision feels weighty despite Kipsy's reassurance. Adding your intention to the winter hearth's magic would connect you permanently to this space in some way, becoming part of something created by the founders themselves, joining generations of unknown others who have contributed their own threads to this tapestry of warmth and belonging. You gaze into the hearth fire, watching the flames dance while considering the offer. The golden pattern lines seem to pulse slightly, as if responding to your attention. There's something deeply appealing about leaving a lasting mark on this remarkable place that has provided such unexpected comfort during what might otherwise have been a lonely holiday. If I choose to do this, you ask, finally, how would I know what intention to focus on? It seems like an important decision. Kipsy nods approvingly, as if your question confirms his assessment of your suitability. The most effective contributions come from personal experience. What aspect of the winter hearth has meant most to you? What element of its magic would you most wish to ensure continues for future students who might need it as you have? This framing helps clarify your thinking. As you reflect on your time in the magical room, certain aspects stand out more prominently than others. Not just the physical comfort or the delicious hot chocolate, but something more fundamental about the space's ability to foster connections across typical boundaries, to create a sense of belonging for those who might otherwise feel isolated. I think I'd like to contribute, you decide, drawn to the idea of helping preserve and strengthen this unique space for future Hogwarts students who might discover it during their own winter moments of need. Kipsy's expression brightens. Excellent. Wait here while I prepare the ceremonial chocolate. The process requires the special 7-layer blend used for last night's ceremony. While the house elf busies himself at a small side table where ingredients and implements have been arranged, you continue studying the golden pattern lines, noticing subtle variations in their intensity and movement that might indicate different types or ages of magical contribution. Some sections pulse with a steady rhythm synchronized with the hearth fire, while others flicker more independently, creating complex harmonies of light and energy. Kipsy returns with a small silver goblet containing a measure of the elaborate hot chocolate. its 7 distinct layers clearly visible. Remember, he instructs, focus on your intention, the essence of what you wish the winter hearth to continue providing. Not words exactly, but the feeling and purpose behind them. When your focus is clear, add 3 drops to the fire. He hands you the goblet and steps back respectfully, giving you space for this significant moment. The weight of the silver cup in your hands feels both physical and symbolic, a tangible connection to the magic you're about to join. Closing your eyes briefly, you concentrate on your intention. The sense of belonging and connection across differences that the winter hearth has fostered, the warmth that goes beyond physical comfort to touch something essential about what makes Hogwarts more than just a school of magical technique, but a true community of magical beings. You focus on your hope that future students who find themselves remaining during holidays or feeling isolated for any reason might discover this same sanctuary, this same gentle reminder that divisions between houses are ultimately less significant than what unites all who study magic within these walls. When your intention feels clear and strong within you, you open your eyes and carefully tilt the goblet, allowing exactly 3 drops of the ceremonial hot chocolate to fall into the flames. The effect is immediate and extraordinary. The hearth fire flares briefly, shifting through multiple colors, orange to blue to purple to a brilliant gold, before settling back to its normal appearance. But the pattern lines visible to your perception respond even more dramatically. They brighten intensely, pulsing with increased vitality, and then, most remarkable of all, a new thread of golden light emerges from the exact spot where your drops entered the fire. This new line, distinctly your own yet harmonious with the existing pattern, extends outward from the hearth, branching and connecting to various nodes throughout the room's magical architecture. Within moments, it has fully integrated with the larger structure, becoming an indistinguishable part of the whole, while simultaneously strengthening the overall design. "Well done," Kipsy says softly, his large eyes reflecting the briefly intensified glow. "Your contribution has been accepted and integrated. You are now part of the winter hearth's magic, and it, in turn, remains part of you." As the dramatic effects subside, leaving the pattern lines once again visible but not overwhelming, you feel a subtle shift in your relationship to the room, a sense of connection that goes beyond mere appreciation to something more like kinship. The winter hearth feels, in some difficult-to-articulate way, partially yours now, while you simultaneously feel more fully belong to it and its centuries-old purpose. What happens now, you ask, still watching the newly stabilized pattern with a sense of wonder. In practical terms, very little changes immediately, Kipsy explains. You may find the room somewhat more responsive to your specific needs when you visit in the future. You might occasionally sense its presence even when physically elsewhere in the castle, particularly during winter months or moments when its magic would be especially relevant to your circumstances. He takes the now empty silver goblet from your hands, his expression becoming more solemn. More significantly, you have joined a small but important lineage of those who have helped maintain this space across generations. The winter hearth remembers its contributors, and that connection remains regardless of physical distance or the passage of time. This explanation carries implications that extend far beyond the remainder of your time at Hogwarts, suggesting a lifelong connection to this magical place and its purpose of creating warmth and belonging during winter's darkest days.
Thanks you for this opportunity, you say, feeling the inadequacy of ordinary words to express the significance of what has transpired. Kipsy bows slightly, a gesture of unusual formality from a house elf.
The winter hearth thanks you for your contribution. Your thread strengthens the whole. As the morning advances toward noon, the first of your fellow holiday remaining students begin to arrive, unaware of the magical exchange that has occurred in their absence. Hannah and Susan enter together, discussing plans for the evening's New Year celebration, followed shortly by the Gryffindor twins and quiet Edward. "There you are," Hannah calls, spotting you near the hearth. "We wondered where you'd gone off to so early." You join them at what has become your group's usual table, carrying the secret knowledge of your contribution as a warm certainty within you. The winter hearth continues its gentle work around you all, creating its unique atmosphere of comfort and connection, now subtly strengthened by the thread of your own intention woven into its ancient pattern. New Year's Eve at Hogwarts brings its own special magic. With most students away, the celebration becomes more intimate than the grand feasts of term time. A single, long table in the Great Hall, decorated with elaborate ice sculptures that occasionally change shape or perform simple animations, magical crackers containing more impressive prizes than usual, and a ceiling enchanted to show not just the actual night sky, but choreographed displays of magical fireworks that appear exactly at midnight. Your small group from the winter hearth attends the feast together, maintaining the connections formed during your holiday days in that special room. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and the few other staff remaining over the holiday seem to approve of this inter-house gathering, occasionally stopping by your section of the table with comments or questions that acknowledge your unusual fellowship. Most refreshing to see house distinctions temporarily set aside, Professor Flitwick comments cheerfully, as he conjures a shower of tiny golden bubbles from the tip of his wand to add to the festive atmosphere around your group. The founders themselves would approve, I believe, particularly at this season. His knowing glance toward you specifically makes you wonder if perhaps he's aware of your morning's contribution to the winter hearth. As head of Ravenclaw, he might well be among those staff members with knowledge of the room's deeper magic and its occasional contributors. The feast proves delicious and the celebration appropriately festive, but throughout the evening you find yourself occasionally thinking of the now familiar warmth of the winter hearth. Despite the Great Hall's impressive decorations and excellent food, part of you longs for the more intimate atmosphere of that magical space where your small holiday community first formed. You're not alone in this sentiment, it seems. As the midnight hour approaches, and with it the culmination of the official celebration, Hannah leans close to speak quietly beneath the increasing excitement around you. "A few of us were thinking of heading to the winter hearth after the midnight toast," she says. "Nothing against the professor's party, but it feels right somehow to welcome the new year in our special place. What do you think?" The suggestion resonates perfectly with your own unspoken wishes. "I'd like that," you agree. It does feel right. Word spreads quietly among your group, and when midnight has been properly greeted with enchanted fireworks, magical toasts, and the traditional singing of Auld Lang Syne, led with surprising gusto by Professor McGonagall, whose Scottish accent lends particular authenticity to the performance, you make polite excuses to the staff and slip away from the Great Hall's continuing festivities. The corridor to the winter hearth seems to welcome your group's return, the holly garlands glowing more brightly than usual, the silver bells on the wooden doors chiming a melody that sounds remarkably like the New Year's song just sung in the Great Hall. When you push open the doors, the room beyond exceeds even your expectations. The winter hearth has transformed itself for this first hour of the new year. The massive fireplace burns with flames of pure gold, casting a warm radiance throughout the space. The enchanted ceiling displays not just stars, but intricate patterns of light that seem to represent the year ahead, flowing timelines of possibility and potential. The usual comfortable furnishings remain, but they've rearranged into a perfect circle around the hearth, as if expecting exactly the number of people in your returning group. Most remarkably, the pattern lines you alone can see have become partially visible to everyone, manifesting as subtle golden glows along the edges of the room's architecture. Your companions exclaim in wonder at this previously unseen aspect of the winter hearth's magic. "I've never seen it like this before," Hannah says, gazing around with wide eyes. "It's as if the room is showing us its inner workings." You catch Kipsy's glance from where he stands near a cart bearing special New Year's refreshments. The house elf gives you a small nod, suggesting that this unusual visibility of the pattern lines might be connected to your morning's contribution, a momentary lifting of the veil between ordinary perception and the deeper magical structure allowed as a gift for this transition between years. "Welcome to the first hour of the new year," Kipsy announces as everyone finds places in the circle of chairs around the golden-flamed hearth. The winter hearth offers first light chocolate to honor new beginnings and continuing bonds. The house elves distribute special mugs unlike any you've seen during previous visit. These appear to be made of crystal that captures and refracts the golden light of the fire, making each vessel seem to glow from within. The hot chocolate they contain is simpler than the ceremonial 7-layer version, but possesses its own distinctive magic. The first sip carries a sense of possibility so tangible it almost manifests as images in the air before you, brief glimpses of potentials the new year might hold. As your group settles into this peaceful celebration, so different from but no less meaningful than the official festivities in the Great Hall, conversations naturally turn to reflections on the past year and hopes for the one just beginning. In this atmosphere of trust and warmth, even typically reserved, Edward shares his ambitions for improving in practical magic alongside his already strong theoretical understanding, while Darius speaks with surprising openness about his plans after graduation later in the coming year. You find yourself listening more than speaking, appreciating the depth of connection that has formed among this formerly disparate group of students from different houses and years. Something special has happened during these holiday days in the winter hearth, something that transcends ordinary school friendships to create bonds based on genuine understanding and appreciation of each other's unique qualities. As the conversation continues, flowing naturally between serious topics and moments of laughter, you occasionally notice the golden pattern lines pulsing in harmony with particular exchanges, brightening during moments of especially authentic connection, flowing more vigorously when the group's energy aligns in shared emotional purpose. The room's magic seems to both respond to and enhance the human connections forming within its walls, creating a feedback loop of warmth and belonging. "I wish it could always be like this," Hannah says during a brief lull in conversation, gesturing around at your gathered group. "Not just during holidays or in this special place, but throughout Hogwarts. Different houses actually talking to each other, getting to know each other as people rather than just categories." Her sentiment clearly resonates with everyone present, drawing thoughtful nods and murmurs of agreement. But it's Darius, the 7th-year Slytherin, who initially joined your group with such reserve, who offers the most insightful response. "Perhaps that's part of the winter hearth's purpose," he suggests, his expression unusually open. "Not just to provide a
vigorously. Exactly. The winter hearth might be the catalyst, but what happens afterward depends on us. Whether we pretend none of this happened once term starts again, or
whether we choose to acknowledge each other, continue conversations, maybe even study together occasionally despite house differences. This perspective transforms the approaching end of your time in the winter hearth from something to be regretted into a beginning rather than a conclusion, the start of relationships and understandings that can extend beyond this magical space into the wider experience of Hogwarts. As if responding to this realization, the golden flames in the hearth flare briefly higher, and the pattern lines pulse with renewed intensity before gradually beginning to fade from general visibility, returning to that deeper level of magical structure that only you can perceive through your special connection. Kipsy approaches your chair, speaking quietly while the others continue their animated discussion of how to maintain inter-house connections once term resumes. The winter hearth has served its purpose well this season, the house elf says with evident satisfaction. New bonds formed, old divisions temporarily mended, warmth provided when most needed, and now strengthened for future years through your contribution. How long will it remain accessible, you ask, already anticipating the answer based on earlier conversations about the room's ephemeral nature. Until the full moon wanes, Kipsy replies. 3 more days, perhaps 4, then it will fade from accessibility until next winter, when the proper conditions align once more. He glances at your friends, still engaged in their planning for term time interactions. But, as your wise companions have noted, what begins here need not end with the room's disappearance. This confirmation of the winter hearth's temporary nature brings a touch of melancholy, but it's balanced by appreciation for the gift of these unexpected days in such an extraordinary space. The knowledge of your contribution also provides comfort. The certainty that you've helped ensure future students will discover the same warmth and belonging during some future winter when conditions and needs align. The hours of early morning pass in continued conversation, occasional games and comfortable silences, the winter hearth adapting subtly to the group's changing energies, providing more refreshments when needed, adjusting lighting as the night deepens toward dawn, maintaining the perfect temperature despite the storm that continues to rage beyond the enchanted windows. As the first hint of sunrise begins to color the eastern sky, visible through windows that should logically face an entirely different direction, one of the room's many spatial impossibilities, a gentle chime sounds from the grandfather clock near the entrance. The sound carries a note of conclusion, though not in a demanding way, more a gentle suggestion that this particular gathering might naturally draw to a close as a new day begins. The winter hearth thanks you for bringing your first hours of the new year to its fire, Kipsy announces, his formal tone carrying genuine appreciation. May the warmth you have found here remain with you through all seasons. This traditional farewell, for you somehow know it is traditional though you've never heard it before, signals the appropriate moment for departure. Your group gathers belongings, exchanges sleepy but contented expressions, and moves toward the wooden doors with their silver bells. Each person pauses briefly before leaving, taking a final look at the magical room that has become so significant during these holiday days. When your turn comes to step through the doorway, you glance back one last time. The pattern lines visible to your perception pulse once, as if in personal acknowledgement of your departure. But unlike your companions, who can only carry memories and feelings from their time in the winter hearth, you leave with the knowledge that part of you remains within these walls, your intention now woven permanently into the magical framework that has sheltered generations of Hogwarts students during winter's darkest days. The days that follow bring a gradual return to more typical Hogwarts routines. Other students begin arriving back from holiday, filling the previously quiet corridors with noise and activity. Professors can be seen preparing classrooms for the resumption of lessons. House elves bustle about restoring the castle to its term time functions, and the Great Hall returns to its usual 4-table configuration. True to Kipsy's prediction, the winter hearth remains accessible for several days following New Year's, though its atmosphere grows gradually quieter, more contemplative, as if the room itself is preparing for its period of dormancy. Your small group continues to gather there while you can, appreciating these final opportunities to enjoy its unique comfort before it fades from availability. On what proves to be your final visit, the night before most students return on the Hogwarts Express, you find yourself alone in the winter hearth for the first time. Your companions have other preparations to complete before term resumes, but something drew you back for one more evening beside the magical fire. Kipsy seems unsurprised by your solitary appearance, greeting you with the same warm efficiency that has characterized all his interactions. The hot chocolate he serves is different again, simpler than the ceremonial or first light varieties, but possessing a quality of gentle conclusion, like the final paragraph of a beloved book that leaves you satisfied yet wistful. The winter hearth will fade with tomorrow's sunset, the house elf confirms when you inquire, returning to its dormant state until needed again. But its magic continues working even when the physical space is inaccessible. You settle into what has become your usual chair, gazing into the hearth fire that now burns with its ordinary orange-gold flames, beautiful in their simplicity after the more dramatic magical colorations of ceremonial occasions. The pattern lines remain visible to your perception, flowing with steady purpose throughout the room's structure, including the thread of your own contribution now fully integrated into the ancient design. Will I be able to find it again? You ask as Kipsy refreshes your hot chocolate. Next winter, or whenever it next appears? The house elf considers this thoughtfully. Those who have contributed to the winter hearth's magic often find their way back when the room manifests, yes. Your connection creates a kind of awareness that may alert you to its presence even when you're elsewhere in the castle. He arranges a small plate of ginger biscuits beside your cup. But remember that its appearances correlate with need as much as with calendars or conditions. The room may not return during your remaining time at Hogwarts if circumstances don't align with its purpose. This possibility that you might never again experience the winter hearth, despite your connection to it, brings a momentary sadness, but it's quickly balanced by understanding that the room's rarity is integral to its magic, its meaning enhanced rather than diminished by its impermanence. Either way, Kipsy adds, perhaps sensing your thoughts, what you have gained here remains. Friendships formed, understanding deepened, warmth experienced. These continue beyond the physical space that fostered them. His simple wisdom echoes the realizations your group reached during your New Year's gathering, reminding you that the winter hearth's true purpose extends beyond providing temporary comfort to catalyzing more enduring changes in those who experience its magic. You spend your final hours in the magical room quietly, sometimes reading from a book that appeared on a nearby table exactly when you thought about wanting something to occupy your mind, sometimes simply watching the fire and reflecting on the unexpected gift these holiday days have provided. The winter hearth remains responsive to your unspoken needs, adjusting the lighting when your eyes grow tired, providing a softer cushion when you shift position, maintaining the perfect temperature as night deepens outside the enchanted windows. When the time finally comes to leave, you do so with a sense of completion rather than interruption. The winter hearth has offered exactly what you needed during this winter holiday, not just physical comfort, but meaningful connection, not just temporary escape, but lasting perspective. Whatever challenges the upcoming term may bring, you face them differently now, enriched by friendships that cross house boundaries, reminded of the possibility of belonging even in unexpected circumstances, connected to a magical tradition that values warmth and togetherness during winter's darkest days. At the doorway, You turn for a final look, committing to memory the details of this remarkable space, the massive hearth with its ancient stonework and carved runes, the comfortable furnishings arranged in conversational groupings, the enchanted windows showing snow-covered grounds beyond, and, visible only to your special perception, the golden pattern lines of intention and purpose that have sustained the room's magic for a millennium. "Until we meet again," you say softly to the empty room. And though no voice responds, the pattern lines pulse once in acknowledgement, and the hearth fire flares briefly brighter, as if returning your farewell. The wooden doors close behind you, with a gentle sound of silver bells, and you make your way back through holly-decorated corridors toward your house dormitory. Tomorrow brings the return of classmates, the resumption of lessons, the familiar rhythms of Hogwarts life in full session. But something has changed within you during these quiet holiday days, a warmth that remains even as you leave the winter. Hearth behind, a thread of connection that continues despite physical separation. In the months and years to come, whenever winter darkness falls and snow blankets the castle grounds, you'll sometimes feel a gentle awareness stirring within you, a reminder of the magical room that appears when most needed, offering warmth and belonging to those who find their way to its fire. And whether or not you ever enter the winter hearth again during your time at Hogwarts, you carry its essential gift with you. The knowledge that even in the coldest season, warmth can be found when hearts gather around a common flame. As you prepare for sleep on this final night of holiday quiet, outside your window the snow gradually ceases. Clouds part to reveal stars, and the waning moon casts silver light across the Hogwarts grounds. The winter continues, but somewhere deep within the castle's ancient walls, magical traces of warmth and connection remain. A hearth fire banked, but not extinguished, waiting patiently to kindle again when the proper time arrives. The winter hearth has worked its gentle magic once more, weaving new threads into its centuries-old tapestry of belonging. And one of those threads is yours, a contribution of intention and presence that will continue warming future generations of Hogwarts students long after you've moved beyond these castle walls into the wider wizarding world beyond. In the quiet of your dormitory, with term's resumption just hours away, you drift towards sleep with the lingering taste of that final hot chocolate on your lips and the memory of golden flames reflected in the eyes of newfound friends. Winter's darkness continues outside, but within you burns a steady light that neither snow nor separation can diminish. The quiet, enduring magic of the winter hearth, now and always a part of your Hogwarts story.